of y'all have been here before. Some of you, maybe this is your first time. This is our third annual Food and Nature Education Conference. We're so happy to be here. Give yourself a round of applause for making it. We're a little worried about the weather and the forecast. It's been a little hit or miss, but luckily the rain gods are looking out for us, and we got some this evening, but it's not too wet. That being said, this is all about healthy and sustainable living and doing it through education. It's our mission. Founded in 2015 to address the obesity epidemic and the climate crisis. And so now here we are, 8 years later, we have an amazing team. Any of our team, if you could stand up, our board, our staff, I know we have a couple around here. Maybe just give a quick little wave. We got Angelica, Michelle, David over here. There's Ashlyn is here, Kathleen and Danny as well. And of course, Dominic and in the room over there, Eric is here. So also our volunteers, anybody who's still here, I see some volunteers that showed up this morning. I was thinking about canceling the volunteer day because I was like, we got the conference, but they showed up and moved 10 yards of mulch today. So our volunteers, and that's just a testament to how the Space Action was built with 90% volunteers. From the day that we began, it was a vacant lot. I encourage y'all to go to Google Maps and you can do the street view, and it has a timeline from like 2011. You'll just see it's just nothing was here. So the volunteers, the community has built this space over time. That being said, we have a ton of great speakers. We have a few keynotes. Some will be in person. We have one virtual as well. So I'm not going to take up the mic anymore. I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Dr. Jeffrey Crane from Cal Poly Humboldt, who is my former professor. He's the dean over there at Cal Poly, an amazing guy. And Dr. Crane, want to come on up?
Right. There you go. Like all the way down.
Can I try it without moving?
Yeah, sure. I'm used to teaching in auditorium, so if you can't hear me, I'll just talk louder. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. All right. First off, I'm glad it's not 90 degrees because the high temperature so far this year where I'm from is 73. And I'm delighted to have a real Texas thunderstorm last night. I actually got up and watched it for a while. It was great. But I want to thank Stephen for inviting me here. What a great turnout to see this. I met Stephen when I worked at University Incarnate Word. That's where I started. I transitioned to administration. I should say a little bit about me. Actually, let me back up a little bit. I'm the dean for the College of Arts, Humanities, Social Sciences at Cal Poly Humboldt University in Northern California. I have worked in community farming for years. That's how I connected with Stephen. I'll say a little bit more in that. In my last university, I actually created with faculty a large-scale community farming program and a sustainable food minor. And now at Cal Poly Humboldt, we actually have sustainable food systems, traditional ecological knowledges, and abolitionist ecology built into our mission statement, right? So there's a lot of great stuff going on. And so that's my street cred part, right? And then, so when I came to Incarnate Word, I was researching the position, and I saw an article about Stephen as a student who was trying to get a garden started on campus. And he was really focused on health issues. And so I made a point of reaching out to him. We worked together extensively. And I remember then when he articulated his vision for this piece of land, and I came here with him, and I was a little skeptical, right? You should never be skeptical of Stephen because he's got a big heart, big dreams, big ideas, and he just keeps going, right? But I remember coming here and seeing it, and he talked about, how they're going to grow food here and how they're going to make juice, and they have the equipment over there to make and sell juices, and it was going to be self-sufficient, and they were going to have chickens, all of that. And it was, again, a big dream, a big vision. And it's amazing to see it happening, right? And I understand this is done in collaboration with a lot of volunteers, board members, communities. The NCOs are here today. Shout out, as a former enlisted, I'm a little triggered with NCOs around, but thank you for your service. Really appreciate it. And I will make a claim to having helped build the first Hugel here, which is like right over there, if I remember correctly. I learned how to build Hugels here at a work. So, so what I'm going to focus on today, I was given a short amount of time. I can talk about this, I can talk about that. I want to focus on is essentially the importance of community farming. And I use the term community farming very specifically because The term gardening often sort of entails a sense of somebody in a sun hat as a hobbyist. And the work involved in something like Gardopia is extensive and it's intensive and it's ongoing and never stops, right? So I very intentionally use the term community farming and urban community farming as a crucial radical strategy for dealing with social inequity, injustice, structural privilege and barriers, and also, of course, climate change. Something I've been teaching for a very long time. I'm glad to see that we no longer have to argue it. Right. When I started my career, I had to argue with a lot of parents, administrators, faculty, and parents. So the radicalism of urban community farming is crucial insofar that these become sites of food production, right? Of addressing food apartheid communities, but they're also sites of dialogue and activism. And I think in the early days when a lot of this was started, and I think this movement was much wider, if I go ahead and say that, I think I can go ahead and say that. It was about, well, how can we come together despite our differences? How can we join together in something that's good for the community, but it's also kind of bourgeois comfortable, right? And I think the movement has moved past that to actually being a site where we talk about the problems with, for example, community farming has been framed historically as how do you address with issues inside your community of hunger, access to produce, right? That's still an ongoing issue, but not talking about the neoliberal policies created by Republicans and neoliberal Democrats that have increased poverty, right? That have increased food apartheid communities, right? And so these urban community farming sites, while doing this work, also need to engage in these dialogues and do about how to address these issues politically, socially, right? And so this is an important part of what I think happens with Gardopia and other organizations. I also want to locate Gardopia within this broader movement. And I think of people like Leah Penniman. Has anyone heard of Leah Penniman? So do yourself a huge favor. Go online, look up Soul Fire Farms. And there's a book she wrote called Farming While Black. And the book is great. Their website is amazing. Their YouTube videos. I taught sustainable food systems in the spring, plugged a bunch of their videos in there. Really accessible, well produced, and a clarity of explanation, which is really useful for students, or all of us, to be perfectly honest. And Soul Fire Farm is a model, I think. And then again, I locate Gardopia within that model, where it's really engaging in farming to produce food for those in need, also as a social enterprise model like Gardopia, but also looking at things like land back, land return, reparations, those who've experienced trauma on the land or have lost their land over time, and how to deal with those issues both at a local level and also at a political level. So I see Stephen and his work in Gardopia corresponding with that to some degree. Movements, community farming efforts like Growing Power in Milwaukee and Chicago, City Slickers in Oakland. And then also too, I'll plug somebody I work with, her name's Renee Bird. She started something called Earthseed Laboratories. Have you read Octavia Butler's The Parable of the Sower? Do we know this novel? Yeah. Parable of the Sower is a scarily accurate prediction of America written in the 1990s, America today, right? Some of the directions that happened with white Christian nationalism and its impact on our social dialogue, our politics, and we're in Texas, so I think everyone here knows what I'm speaking about, right? And also, too, how to build communities across racial and gender boundaries around farming, around food, around care for the earth. And Dr. Bird has created this Earthseed Laboratories based on that novel and that model. And it's very much a model of abolitionist ecologies, again, of land return, incorporating traditional ecological knowledges. And that doesn't just mean Native American. That's a big part of it. In Northern California, that's actually a huge part of it. But also the Hispanic, Latinx traditions of food, African traditions of food that they brought with them into their bondage and labor here in America. And then, I'm moving kind of fast and jumping a little bit here. And I think there's a few other points I want to make really quickly here, but what has happened in the community farming movement is it's become increasingly BIPOC. And this is what I see as important in really trying to make this a movement that can affect radical structural change. And this is why I say farming and I don't say gardens, because community farming has that ability to affect radical structural change. Think about the scalability of something like Gardopia. If you could build Gardopias, 10, 20, 30 Gardopias in every city or more, self-sufficient, think about everything that happens in this site, right? You have ecosystem services supporting butterflies, birds. I saw a hummingbird yesterday over there. There's tadpoles in that little pond there. Carbon sequestration, ozone sequestration, urban cooling, access to food. These are things that can really affect radical change over time. And so I kind of end that note on Gardopia going from this vacant lot where I could not really see. I trusted Stephen's ideas, but his energy, but it was hard to see what it could become. So when I walked around yesterday with him, I was just like, holy cow, holy cow, holy cow, everything they're achieving here. And I think that it's important to us to find a way to support the Stephen Lukes of the world and the work they do to deal with the many issues we face today. Alan. We have time for questions? Sure. Other questions?
I'm sorry, how would you suggest that we even attempt to start this in our little urban home, in our backyards?
Right. Yeah, so this is a crucial piece. And I remember when Steve and I were talking and planning, one thing we talked about was like a homestead program where, educate people on how to do these things themselves. So two things. One, I think getting involved with a community farm, community garden is crucial because you can learn the skill sets. I made every mistake you could possibly make. If I do this work myself. I do permaculture work. I do food forest design, all of that myself. Now, I don't do anything until I get the soil right? And that's a big issue here, right? Is spending that time building soil, learning soil, understanding how you're going to have proper nutrient cycling in soil. So if you volunteer at the community garden or community farm, they'll teach you how to do those things. What plants? There was a conversation about growing the right plants for the right ecosystem, the right area. And then take that time to sort of really look at your space and what works. You might want to grow apple trees, right? But in reality, you probably should grow figs. Right? Like up where I am, I really want to grow tomatoes, but I'm going to use so much plastic to grow tomatoes. Probably not very sustainable, right? I think too, try to find the people in your community who know how to do all this stuff. There's so many people that have this knowledge and have this experience that I think often don't feel valued and would be happy to say, well, actually, I would plant the tomato this way if you wanted to get as much yield as possible. So I think starting with community gardens and farms, volunteering is just a great way. Then there's also, there's the extension agencies have lots of information. Texas A&M has that conservation district extension offices have all kinds of information and bulletins. So, your hand.
What are your thoughts on green gentrification? San Antonio is a rapidly developing city.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of green gentrification, like not property value. I know that front yard gardens actually decrease property values. That makes it cool.
So this area is clearly gentrifying, right? And I remember when we were working in Ella Austin together, we had that conversation. Are we going to contribute to gentrification by doing this? And driving down Nolan and driving around Pine yesterday, I could see where that gentrification is happening. That's one of those things that, that's why I talk about community farms as sites of dialogue and activism is while you're weeding, while you're planting, you talk about what can you do to manage gentrification. It's hard, actually. It's hard at the local level to manage it. There's a great show called Hentified, if you ever get a chance to watch that really explores that issue. If front yard gardens decreases property values, and by God, do that as much as possible. I do front yard gardening. I've gotten a ton of shit. Yeah.
Everybody help everybody. Just bring those values down.
Yeah. I was in a community with an HOA and they tried to find me on it. I'm like, I was in a suburb north of Houston and I had tomatoes and cherries out front, and it's because I didn't have any sunlight in my backyard, right? And somebody reported me for it. Yeah, yeah. But these are counts need to happen too, right? But I think that's community organizations have to find a way to deal with gentrification. Yeah, it's a big problem. Yeah. Other questions?
Well, after that, though, with you're saying that front yard gardens or property values, how much of that's linked to races?
Well, yeah, sure. What do you mean?
Because people are looking at that as a social norm. Why is it okay to have invasive Nandina domesticus that can kill a child in a front yard and not be fined by code enforcement for it, but to be fined if you're growing pumpkins or something? Is that, that it's not because of safety, it's not because of aesthetics, it's certainly not because plants, Nandina domesticus is dangerous. Why is that? Is that really because it's based on the idea that poor people grow food because they need to? They don't have that extra space to waste. And maybe that's why it's just a social.
Well, few thoughts. I don't know what plant you're talking about.
Nandina the domestic. But it's just generally call it Nandina.
Okay.
It's very tricky.
So racist attitudes and assumptions are built into every country, every rule, every law, every structure we build, right? HOAs exist because areas of communities of white flight, right? White flight, example. And they build those rules in order. It's classist as well. It's not just racist, it's also classist. I think that idea of growing food in your front yard, it's interesting that you asked that because in the Northwest, it's actually kind of a signifier of, well, not a signifier of, but it's very predominant in sort of white communities, right? It's everyone grows food in their place, and it's kind of seen as cool.
I know.
Right? So it might not work the way you were thinking. It might actually attract people. But the other problem too is we are alienated from farm labor because we see it as something that the lower class does, right? We built an economic system. I speak in general terms. We have built an economic system that's predicated on, immigrants and people without means providing our food for us. And as we become socially mobile, again, generalizing, we try to move away from that kind of labor. So I think, trying to circle around back to the question, but I think one of the ways to sort of remove some of these assumptions about class and racial is for everyone to be involved in food production. Grow it in the front yards, grow it everywhere, swap food. That's come back to your question too. If you see neighbors growing tons of oranges, maybe you grow lemons, right? And swap, for example. Yeah.
And Dr. Crane has been a big supporter of Gardopia for years, really, even before Gardopia. I remember we were at Carroll Early Child Head Start, and we were talking to Dr. Alejandra Barraza, and we were talking about garden base. So I was like, yeah, Gardopia. He was like, oh, it just rolled off the tongue, and here we are. So thank you, Dr. Crane, flying all the way from California to be a part of this. Our next keynote is a good friend who I've recently been able to be connected to from different approaches. One of those is the Aspen Institute. If you're maybe aware of that think tank that was started after World War II. It's a national organization that has fellows, I think 3,000 fellows all throughout the world, including the United States, Africa, and I'm pretty sure a few other continents. And so that is Alex Bailey. Come on up, Alex. Alex is the CEO and founder of Black Outside, and I'll let him tell you a little bit more about the work that he's doing here in San Antonio and beyond. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks. Yeah. All right. I don't know if I should go mic or no mic. See,
Ambient noise.
a lot of ambient. Okay. So, Mike, is that good? Can y'all hear me? Mike's good. Okay. Perfect. All right. I'll try to wait. All right. Good morning, everyone. Yes. First and foremost, Steve, you're going to get a lot of thanks for what you're doing this morning. And thanks to get good. Okay. I mean, I do have a very loud voice. So, okay, it's more comfortable for me. So, okay, I'm a former high school teacher, so I'm like, this is fine. They can hear me all the way down the hallway. So I'll go like this. If you can't hear me in the back, just let me know. But no, I just want to say first and foremost, thank you so much to Stephen for the work you're doing in our community. Myself, I'm the grandson of a rural farmer. We still have the Bailey Farm in rural North Carolina. And I'm also the grandson of the first Black botanical garden director in Mansfield, Ohio. So I always tell Stephen I have this like kindred soul, even though my plants may be dying in my house right now. But I have this kindred soul, and I'm like, you're the embodiment of what probably my grandparents thought I would be doing. So thank you so much to Stephen and all the amazing work he's doing here in our home community of San Antonio. As Stephen mentioned, I'm Alex Bailey. I'm the proud founder, lead storyteller, wilderness guide. I don't like the term CEO, right? Black Outside Inc., where our mission here, based in San Antonio, is to reconnect Black and African American youth to the outdoors. That is our mission. So I'm going to talk about that in just a second and the ties to the work that Stephen is doing and why it's so important. But first, I'll do a quick. All right. If you're comfortable, I want to invite y'all just for a quick small second to just close your eyes. All right. If you're comfortable with it, I want to invite you in to just close your eyes. Okay. Inhale a little bit. And what I want us to do is just listen for a second to some of the sounds that we hear. Maybe take a second and just inhale some of the smells that we smell. Maybe wiggle your toes for a second on the earth. What do you feel? What do your shoes feel? Yes, and then keep listening to the sound. Just connect to the senses just for a few more seconds. All right, I want to invite y'all in to open your eyes again. All right. In true teacher fashion, I'm going to give y'all like 30 quick seconds. Share with the person next to you, like, what did you smell? What did you hear? What did you taste? What did your feet like feel? All right. I'll give you like 30 seconds. Oh. All right.
I heard the birds were almost talking. Yeah.
I would say this list of I don't know.
Even like little ecosystem.
Yeah.
I like that I could mainly just smell the mulch instead of like going on out here. All right, come back together in about 10 seconds. All right, 10 seconds. Together. You're the teacher. Try to hide it, bro. 5, 3, 2, 1. Thank y'all so much for receiving and accepting that invitation. I heard some people talk about birds, right? Heard some people also talk about like trying to hear it through the noise of like construction. Heard some people talk about the mulch that they felt, right? And the smell of it, right? Even the smell of the flowers, right? I think about that a lot of how much this space, Gardopia, is so important because it represents this dichotomy that we're all experiencing, right? Especially here in our home city of San Antonio. Right now, they're building on this street. I will name openly. Someone from the city here. Sorry, I'm just going to say I'm pretty frustrated. How much more construction are we going to do, right? I'm glad construction is happening, but also it's been happening for the last 3 or 4 years, right? So we hear it over and over again, this urban noise, right? But at the same time, through the midst of that noise, right? Y'all heard some birds, right? Y'all heard nature. Y'all heard the wind rustling through, right? It was really challenging this urban narrative of what's possible. And I think that's so important for the work that Stephen does, the work that we do for Black Outside, that we're really challenging this narrative that one, like BIPOC communities aren't connected to the land, and we aren't connected to the earth, right? And though many of our BIPOC communities, Black, Indigenous people of color, and here in San Antonio are
Latinx Hispanic communities, right, live in urban areas, right, we do have this deep connection to the land. A lot of times, unfortunately, those opportunities aren't fostered, especially for youth, especially for youth. And this is one of the reasons why I'm so thankful to the work that Stephen Lucky has done. So here in our home state of Texas, some of you may know this, right, or may not. Our kiddos spend the longest amount of time in classrooms out of any state. All right. Now, I'm not saying school's bad as a former teacher, right? I know we have a former principal here. Right? I'm saying school's bad. It's like, pause our kids indoors this much, right? Under these bright fluorescent lights. I would always turn them off in my classroom, right? Under these bright fluorescent lights, right? And not experiencing this natural connection to the earth. The fact that Stephen is partnering with multiple schools, right? Partnering with multiple communities to figure out ways to connect youth to the land and the earth. It's so powerful and important for a home city of San Antonio. I was on a call 2 years ago. I was on a call, and I'm a fellow nonprofit director, so y'all know half my job is to find the money to do all the fun things, right? And I was on this call. I won't say which one. And one of the CEOs I got on the call with was like, so excited, like, amazing work, Black outside doing. He's like, we want to pay you, but here you go. Right? Like, what is it? And then they go, I don't understand why you're not in Austin. And I was like, oh. And I said, well, had to put on my best voice, tell me more. Right? And he said, well, Austin is where a lot of the outdoor work is happening. There's a lot of outdoor recreation. And I felt like this had to be honest. And I said, that is such an unfair narrative of our home community in San Antonio, right? No, we may not, you may not go to a park and see, 100 people trying to climb and scale walls all the time, even though we do have a climbing wall, right? You may not see outdoor recreation happening in the same way as it does in Austin, right? There's a huge mountain biking community there, a huge outdoor climbing community, right? What I challenge his narrative on is this.
No, ma, porque me tenía
What
que
is
ir.
happening here in San Antonio is grassroots work, right? It's grassroots work. I mentioned Gardopia. I was like, if you drive down the east side, right, you will see Gardopia Gardens. And
Sí, pero vio que se fueron.
I thought about American
Quedó
Indians.
encerrado.
Oh, sencillo, es que no lo pongo en la tarea. Pero yo dentro. Desmadre. Se desmode.
¿Para qué lo vas a prender ahí el café?
No.
State park around our beautiful state of Texas. But to me, it's also so important that they foster this deep connection locally to the land. We tell our kids that outside happens the moment they step outdoors. And whether that's kayaking on the San Antonio River, which our kids have done, or that's community gardening here at Gardopia, which our kids have done, or that's obviously climbing in the mountains of the Rocky Mountains. That's also a form of outdoors. And it's so important that our youth see amazing leaders like Stephen, see amazing volunteers and community members like y'all that are supporting and fostering this beautiful connection to the land. So thank y'all so much for all the support you're having for this amazing organization, for the work of Black Outside, and just supporting our community in San Antonio. Thank y'all. I don't know. Am I so? Oh, questions. Okay, I was going to just run away off the page.
How it deals with, the youth right now, all on the salt. Yeah. Not connected. And the education, need to connection to transit, whatever. That child. I would like, with all these students, that connects. Sometimes. And strength. Everything you do, right?
Yeah, I think a challenging part with working with youth today, there's like some psychological studies. Doctor, you probably might know more about this, right? But there's some psychological studies on the effects of social media and instant gratification, right? How like you can quickly like look for things on social media. You can quickly get like your dopamine all heightened really quickly in social media when you're on TikTok or watching Instagram reels, right? And so I thought about how long it took Stephen to like build and cultivate this thing, right? And so with our youth and like working with youth, you know, we have to hold that fine balance of understanding that they grow up in a society. I mean, I have a lot of empathy for youth. It's like, you know, sometimes their families, let's be honest, they're like, here's a phone, I don't know what to do, just like be distracted because you're crying out, no, right? I don't even raise the kids. Some people are laughing, they're like, I know what you mean, right? And so a lot of kids grew up with phones, right? And so for us, we say it's really powerful that a lot of our youth, when we take them out, say actually, it's like this like nostalgic way of being that they have where they're like, oh, I can survive without my phone for a little bit. But we cultivate that space. We make it actually an option for our youth. There's only a few spaces like our summer camp where like no phones just because you're going to lose your phone somewhere and we're not tracking it, right? Other spaces really powerful that our youth have that opportunity to disconnect, and someone may not have those spaces to do that. First and foremost. Second, you know, what we think about a lot for Black Outside is the fact that we're not going to win this battle against phones. So how can we make phones our ally? How can we make technology our ally, right? And so it's powerful on the trail. We have our youth take those pictures and selfies. We say, hey, share this on your Snapchat, share this on your Instagram story, share this on TikTok, right? Show what you are doing, because it's really powerful when our youth come back from certain experiences. I'm like, you know, we tell our youth to go to Colorado. Like, you are probably literally the only kid in your school that's probably done this experience to say, yeah, I backpacked in the Rocky Mountains and saw a brown bear for the first time, right? I mean, maybe kids in Colorado said that, right? But in San Antonio, that's not a thing. And so for them to have those pictures and evidence of that and capture those memories and tell those stories is so important. So I think just a quick thing I would say, storytelling is so important. I think technology can give us the ability to do that in a very important way and elevate amazing work like Stephen, elevate so many Black, Hispanic, Latinx leaders that are doing amazing work and show that we are also in these spaces.
I'd like to add on the technology aspect, especially the phones with the cameras. Right?
Yeah.
Using those youths that have their diversity, that insects, having a day exposed to, all right, we're going to take pictures of all the insects that we go visit at a farm or at a park. And, you know, and then utilize that those students can then go on press. Now they have it in their phone bank, all these insects. They can do a PowerPoint presentation as they get older, right? So those are key things. They might like flowers. So there's a whole flower show that we haven't utilized that to our capability yet.
Yes, I love that.
Students.
Yes.
That's how you get them out there. And just have a day, if they're going to go out to the farm, no phone that day. Sorry, you're going to have to use your drawing skill to draw the insect and then go and find the picture that you had already taken of that dang insect and compare what you drew to compare to the actual photo. You have to go that direction.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. There's one response kind of add on, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Real quick, I just want to say before I head off, you know, I think it's also think it's important we acknowledge, and you start to touch on this, like there's a real attack on our stories, our histories right now that's happening, right? Our stories are trying to be told, our histories are trying to be told, and there's literally legislation that says, no, you cannot talk about Black history, right? In schools, right? And so I think about that one thing I said, I was like, well, yeah, they can, you know, ban it in schools, but you know, the great thing is you can get on TikTok and hear the professor about these ideas and it's not censored, right? And so the stories that we tell are so important. I think technology gives us the access to that. You know, one example, I'm wearing an owl hat right now. So I'm just going to share this quick story. A lot of people don't know this, that Harriet Tubman used owls, right? Owl calls on the Underground Railroad in order to communicate on the Underground Railroad with enslaved folks. So obviously she didn't have walkie-talkies. There wasn't phones back then, right? And so she was able to mimic owl calls, and it really confused a lot of folks who were trying to capture or ruin her mission. A lot of people don't know that story, right? And so with us thinking about phones, right, before we go out birding, right, we have our kids look up pictures of owls. We have them look up pictures of Harriet Tubman. And then they go out there and we're like, hey, if you see an owl, think about that connection. Like that animal literally protected our ancestors for hundreds of years throughout the Underground Railroad. right? So that's an example of how technology can be to our benefit, but at the same time, finding intentional ways for our kids to understand it's okay to put it away, but also you can use it to your advantage to access knowledge that may be restricted in the future for our youth.
I think a lot of people are integrating iNaturalist into that, where you can set up at your farm or a campground or something, an own set of observations that students can contribute to, and so then they're sharing with other students and they're making an electronic scrapbook of the wildlife month.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. That's one of the things too. I'll actually share is like, you know, having our youth go out. We sometimes have them go out and do like, oh, just take 10 pictures when you're going hiking, like on your own, and then we'll share them. There's some pictures I do photography. I'm like, this is better than you. Okay, right. So I think it's also powerful to unlock also the potential and the gifts of our youth, especially because, you know, a lot of them know technology. I'm sure you do more than not me, right? I can make beautiful videos and Instagram videos and reels and TikTok way better than I can. So I think it's awesome to tap into that generational talent that our youth. Well, thank you so much. I'll just say this really quickly. If you're interested, obviously follow Gardopian, amazing work. If you're interested in Black Outside, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. So feel free to reach out. Thank y'all so much. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yay, that's good. Again, yes, thank you so much, Alex, for showing up. He's a busy guy. We have now a presenter who should be coming up online. His name is P. Wade Ross. He's with the Texas Small Farmer and Rancher Community-Based Organization. And I met Wade maybe about a month or two ago, and it's been sort of fast and furious. He's introduced me to the Food Shed investors out of Austin that are trying to invest in small farmers and in land access, things of that sort. I did a talk with him. He does like sort of like monthly talks on different things around agriculture. And so he's a great guy. He is really trying to increase access and knowledge for small Black farmers and BIPOC farmers in general. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. John P. Wade, how's your audio?
Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? Uh-oh. Let's see. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good, good. All right. I saw somebody say yes, so I'm gonna go ahead and get to it. But feel free and stop me if y'all can't hear me. But so glad to be here, and thanks so much, Stephen, for the invite. And Alex, I have to get you. We got to connect. Man, you're a tough act to follow. I'm a little bit more laid back, so hopefully it resonates here. But I'm just to share a little bit about myself, kind of piggybacking on the stories that Alex was talking about. I'm a fourth generation farmer on about 120 acres of air property just outside of College Station. And my great-grandfather, Jack Ross, along with his brothers, actually fled slavery back in the mid-1800s, headed west and landed in Texas. And once they got to Texas, they decided it probably wasn't a good look for 5 young Black men to be together. So they all split up. My grandpa, Jack, landed in College Station, where he became the town blacksmith. And there he was given the opportunity to buy land because he did such good work, they didn't want to lose him. And so he obliged, and because he was a former slave, he couldn't read or write. So what he would do is every time he would make his yearly payment, he would go to his back 40 and notch one of his trees. So in the 10th year, his land was paid off. And what he would do when he went in to collect his deed, the person that he was paying off got upset and said, "Hey, how do you know that you paid this loan off?" And he said, "Oh, I have a tree out back. I would notch every time I make the payment." And the guy said, "Well, go show me that tree." And so my great grandfather, along with a bunch of men, went out and he pointed out the tree. And when he did, they chopped the tree down and made him start from the beginning. And so, long story short, he ended up paying for that land twice. And matter of fact, he did not live to see the land totally paid off. My great grandma, Grandma Charity Ross, actually made those final payments. And you may be thinking to yourself, "Okay, Phil, that's a pretty tough story," but that happened about a century ago, which is fair. So I also want to give you another story that is a more modern version of our family and our farming. And about a month ago, I received a call from a procurement manager from Montgomery County Food Bank, and his name was John. And John explained that they had some funding earmarked to buy cattle and beef from underserved producers, and he was reaching out to our organization. So kind of common practice for us to make sure that before we reach out to our farmers, we do kind of a pilot run. So we suggested, "Hey, got about 10 head of cattle. Why don't we take those, bring those over, and we'll start with them?" And he said, "Great, I'm gonna call a local meat processor in your area," and which he did, and the meat processor said, "No problem, we can get you in next week." So next week came along, and John showed up, the food bank, we showed up, and when the meat processor owner saw our black skin, that appointment turned into, "Hey, we have no availabilities until next year. We're a full year out." So when that happened, we looked over at John and he just about fainted. He was totally shocked that something like this can actually happen in this day and age. And I guess the saddest part of this story is that it was not shocking to us at all. We actually somewhat expected it, and we're fully aware of the possibility that once we arrive, we'd be turned away or something of that sort. And it really, like a lot of farmers out there, whether we like it or not, that becomes part of our psyche, our everyday psyche as farmers. So my point in really sharing those two stories to start things off here is really to bring to the forefront of your mind the devastating impact that these direct experiences that many of these BIPOC farmers have, and really the toll that it takes over time. And so often with so much coming at us now, I just heard you guys talking about social media and all that, it's so easy to distance ourselves with some of the things that are going on right in our communities and become desensitized to some of the plight of our fellow farmers. So my hope is that you embrace these barriers because they're real. And I know that our organization, along with organizations like Alex's, really need your help. We really need your circle of influence, you to touch your circle of influence and really help us offset some of these barriers that exist right now for BIPOC farmers, and really start creating some pathways where BIPOC farmers can actually be a true viable part of the food system. And really, if you think about it, with farming, it's a tough gig anyway, even if you don't have any racial barriers. But yet there are plenty of BIPOC farmers and growers that are still around right there, in your communities. Some of these are longtime landowners who pretty much aged out, unfortunately, they can't convince the next generation to take on their struggles because they saw firsthand what was going on. So we're looking to change that narrative. A lot of these farmers are what we call underground farmers, meaning they absolutely love to farm, but there's just no trust in the system. And many of these farmers are unsure of where they fit in. Some are brand new farmers that many of you may know, and they're ready to jump in and start, but they're facing some of the barriers that all new farmers face, such as land access, startup resources. And then to a smaller extent, there are those BIPOC farmers out there who have, navigated their way to sell their products commercially. And that's something that we want to see much, much more of. So it's very important to understand that what a person knows is what they live and see every day. Our experiences really shape how a lot of us see the world. And for BIPOC farmers, many of them, and I can't speak for everybody, but many of them see certain things, simply different. They have imposter syndrome, meaning that they see certain things and say, hey, that's just not for me. That's not something that I should be reaching for. So, and then obviously there's the fear, the doubt, and the insecurity that many of them face when they get into ag spaces. So our goal as an organization is really to change that narrative. First step is into doing this is really to acknowledge that those barriers exist and then lean into them. And that's what we're asking y'all to do, is to lean into this stuff versus trying to brush it under the rug as something that really doesn't exist. Let's lean into it, and then and only then we can start making those steps to make things better. Our organization, what we try to do, as well as what Stephen kind of alluded to, is we do everything that we can to create virtual information sessions and outreach events to really introduce a variety of different relevant topics, such as soil health, personal finance, business basics, crop planning, things like that. And by doing so, what it does is really just create awareness and the curiosity that every entrepreneur needs. And really our goal in doing that is eventually to create small wins for those early adapters who do raise their hand and say, hey, I want to be a part of this. I want to, start coming to some of your free virtual events. And what we try to do is create small wins that lead to bigger wins, because what we understand is those early adapters are going to be our biggest promoters in reaching their peers, those folks who just don't trust the system. Yet, just like all of us here at this conference, they understand that the need for healthy, fresh food, not only for their families, but for our community and the economic impact that brings as well. So our hope is that everybody here will do their part to usher in a new winning culture, not just for BIPOC farmers, but for farmers as a whole. And I know I'm short on time, so I'm gonna end it up here. But I have a buddy of mine who always sends me these daily quotes, and they're called life reminders, basically. And this one I want to share with all y'all, but especially my BIPOC brothers and sisters out there who might be watching. So here goes. It says, stop giving your doubtful thoughts the ability to hold you back from creating what you want. Keep pursuing your dreams because they are important to you. Look at what you have built thus far and remember why you choose this path. Your life vision will take your continued commitment. Your power of creation lies in you right here, right now. Make this moment count. Don't give up on yourself. You deserve it to manifest it all. Thank you. All right, I see it says, I will take about questions if that's okay. All right. Is there some questions there? I can't tell if you can hear me, Stephen.
I'm retired. I'm retired.
Oh, okay, there's a question in the chat. Let's see. Is it from Tiffany? It says, I'm a retired Air Force veteran who is strongly considering farming. Do you offer mentorship or network to farmers who can offer mentorship? Yes, we are actually connected and affiliated with several partners who do offer that. So feel free and reach out if you'd like. I will put our email in the chat there.
And really addressing equity and diversity in agriculture. We are going to go to a short break, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Our next speaker, Rachel, you can come on up. Rachel Sawinski. She is a Texas Master Naturalist with the Alamo chapter, and she'll be talking about native plants and edible plants and all that good stuff around how we can continue to create biodiverse ecosystems as well as pollination and edible gardens. So give us just a moment. We'll transition to Rachel. Thank you. And actually, while we're waiting, in a moment, we will order lunch. What time is it right now? Probably about 11:30, maybe after her presentation. Postmates provided us with QR codes with a $25 credit. So we will, if you registered online, I'm going to go ahead and send out that QR code so y'all can use the promo code. It's just the promo code is Food in Nature is the promo code. You'll need to download the Postmates app. So maybe download the Postmates app right now. Then you'll be able to order your food with that promo code and food will arrive here. So go ahead and take that and we'll get ready for Rachel.
accessibility. And so what I'm gonna do today is just kind of take you through my journey of how I started Funky Town Fringe, some of the ups and downs that I've experienced just as a founder and also as a community member, right, and as an advocate and an activist, trying to continue to fight for rights for people who are multi-marginalized around our own local communities, right? And so there's so much work to be done around the world, but I've always been taught that help starts at home, or it starts at home first. And so this is my way of starting at home first and hopefully branching out and touching other people in other lives and inspiring others to do their own work. It doesn't matter how big or how small, but just to do something, to reach out to somebody and help somebody and actually practice healthy relationships and community, right? So, come along on the journey with me. So, before Funky Town Fringe and before all of this, I was working as a teacher. I actually graduated from Stephen F. Austin as a sociology and cultural anthropology major, and I was an early childhood minor. I'm also the oldest of 5 children. And so I love kids, I love babies, and that love just carried on with me throughout life, which is why I studied in college. So when I came home, I wanted to be a teacher, right? I did this program called CDL Freedom Schools, and I had the opportunity to go to this very rigorous training and boot camp, kind of like a teacher boot camp. And it was a reading literacy program, and that's where my love for teaching had inspired. I think this was about 2015 or so. So we went to this training, and we came back and we learned all the stuff, and we had all these kids, and I didn't want to stop. And this was about my senior year of college. When I graduated, I went on to become a teacher. I started off in early childhood, working with babies from like 0 and up. I ended up teaching
My name is Dario Dominguez, and I am the Extension Agent for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service for the Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program here in Bexar County. And I want to thank Ardopia Gardens for having me back again this year. And so my presentation today is called The Real Truth About Calories. And what we're going to learn is the definition of calorie, how the body uses calories, estimating calorie needs, energy balance, and common calorie concerns. And so we want to start out by talking about and really defining what is a calorie. And so the calorie is a measurement of energy, and there are two types of calories, which are often referred to as small and large. And so the calories that we see on our nutrition facts label here are large calories, also known as kilocalories. And these are specifically the amount of energy required to raise the temperature of 1 kilogram of water by 1 degree Celsius. When we're talking about food specifically, it's the amount of energy contained in that food. And so the calories we consume come from 3 primary macronutrients: carbohydrates, protein, and fat. And as we digest our food, our body breaks these macronutrients down into subunits. And so the amount of energy from each of these subunits can vary, right? So for carbohydrates and protein, they provide us with 4 calories per gram. That means for every 1 gram of carbohydrates or protein, we get 4 calories. For fats, we get 9 calories per gram. And for alcohol, we get 7 calories per gram. And so here we have an example of a food label from the FDA website. And so we're going to do some quick math. First, we want to find the total fat, which in this particular food is 8 grams. And so if you multiply that by 9 calories per gram, we get 72 calories. So that means that there's 72 calories from fat in this particular food. Next, we're going to look at the carbohydrates. And so that is 37 grams. Multiply that by 4 calories per gram. Gets us 148 calories. And for the protein, it is 3 grams, multiply that by 4 calories per gram, and we get 12 calories. And of course, we're going to add all these up, and it actually gets us 232 calories, which, as you can see here, is pretty close, but it doesn't exactly match up. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later, but we just wanted to cover really where are we getting these calories from, and when we're looking at the food label, what does it mean? And so when we're thinking about calories, what are we using for? Literally everything. Our body needs them to exist, to be alive. And so the total amount of calories the body uses on a daily basis is also known as the total daily energy expenditure, or TDEE. And so it's broken up into 3 different processes, which are basic metabolism, digestion, and physical activity. And so starting with basic metabolism, this is where we typically spend the majority of our calories, ranging from 60 to 75% of total calorie expenditure. It includes the energy needed for us to perform all of our basic bodily functions at rest, including providing energy to our brain, kidneys, lungs, nervous system. Simply put, it provides the energy to the systems in the body that keep us alive. And oftentimes, this is referred to as the basal metabolic rate, or BMR, which is a calculation of the number of calories your body burns in order to provide all of these functions while at rest. Digestion was the other major process, and so your body will use some of the calories consumed to help digest and metabolize the foods that you eat. This accounts for approximately 10% of total energy expenditure. This process is also known as the thermic effect of food. And the last process, of course, is physical activity. And so generally speaking, when we talk about physical activity, we're referring to the additional activities done outside of daily tasks or work that raise the heart rate. Anything that gets your heartbeat beating faster would count as physical activity. However, when we're talking about total daily energy expenditure, physical activity is defined as bodily movement resulting from contraction of skeletal muscle that results in an elevation of energy expenditure above resting levels, which basically translate that to anything that your body does that takes it away from a resting state counts as a physical activity in terms of the TDEE, right? And so this ranges, right? So physical activity could range from what we traditionally think about it, playing sport, working out, going on a run, or just everyday tasks, right? Brushing our teeth, getting out of bed in the morning. All of these activities require energy to complete. And so tying all these 3s together, that really, again, gives us that total daily energy expenditure. And it's important to be aware of this because energy expenditure is complicated. It's not a one-size-fits-all for everybody. It varies daily for each individual. And there's a lot of things you got to think about when you're trying to measure that. And so it's also important to touch on the dietary guidelines for American because that's really the backbone of a lot of this information. And so the guidelines generally tell us about 2,000 calories per diet is an average that you see for most adults. However, it's important to point out that not everyone actually needs 2,000 calories. Some people may need more, some people may need less to reach a healthy weight. And so it really, again, depends on a lot of different factors. And luckily there is a breakdown. So there's a lot of tables, calculators, that can give you a good estimate based on your age, your gender, your activity level, and really a lot of other factors. And so if you go to find these online, it'll really give you a lot of different tools, because as you can see, it really ranges. For a female, it can range from 1,600 to 2,400 calories. For a male, it can range from 2,000 to 3,000. But even then, those are just, rough estimations. And you may be saying, well, I want a more approximate one. The best way to do that is by visiting with a medical professional or a registered dietitian to help you kind of figure that out. But these estimations are a good resource to have, especially when you're trying to figure out, where a good starting place. And so when someone asks you, well, how many calories do they need? It's going to be tough. It's a kind of good luck kind of answer, right? Because again, there's a variety of different things that can go into play and really, affect really how many calories that someone would need. But while these estimations may not be 100% accurate, getting an estimate of calories needs can be a step in the right direction to maintaining a healthy weight. And so once you have, a good estimation of how many calories you may need, we get a lot of questions about, okay, so how do I lose weight? And the answer is energy balance. We've all heard of calories in, calories out, right? If you eat more calories than you burn, you'll gain weight. If you burn more calories than you consume, then you're going to lose weight. And so this is true. It's a lot more nuanced than that, right? And so we're going to talk a little bit about some common calorie concerns to kind of put this in perspective. And so a great place to start is a calorie, which means are all calories the same? And so from a pure energy perspective, yes, calories are a unit of measurement. So 100 calories is the same no matter what it comes from in terms of energy. However, from a nutrition and health perspective, all calories are not created equal. And so you want to focus on the quality of the calorie, and the source does matter as well, because different foods can have different effects on your overall health, including your hunger and your appetite. And so we're going to use this example of comparing a donut to some fruit. So on the left, we have some donut options. We're going to go with the Boston cream pie. So if we see here, we can call it an average about 300 calories per donut. So if we eat a third of this Boston cream donut, that would be about 100 calories. And all of these portions of fruit add up to 100 calories individually. And so if we're going to focus in on the blueberries, it's about a cup and a quarter cup of blueberries would give us that same 100 calories. And of course, there's the added bonus of all the fiber and nutrients and vitamins that come from eating that blueberries versus the empty calories that come from eating the donut. Also, the added bonuses of how does it make our bodies feel, right? Because sometimes if we have a calorie dense meal, it might make us feel a little bit more sluggish. It might affect our mood. So it really just varies. And that's why you want to go with that more nutrient dense food more often than not, even though both of these technically provide that 100 calories. Another common concern is it possible to eat too much healthy food? And if your goal is to lose weight, then yes. While not all calories are completely equal, they do all add up if you consistently consume more calories than your body uses. However, nutrient-dense foods will also have the general benefit of letting you feel full longer, and it's a bit more satiating than their less healthy counterparts, making overconsumption of these foods a lot less common than you might think. Another one is, do I have to count calories to lose weight? And while counting calories can be a helpful tool during a weight loss journey or a healthy weight, it isn't always the best method sometimes. Because counting calories can become such a focus that it turns into a frustrating and nerve-wracking experience, it can really cause people to form unhealthy relationships with food. If you find that counting calories or tracking food intake leads to feelings of guilt, shame, or anxiety, it's best to discontinue these practices. And I believe that one of the most important aspects of sticking to a healthy diet or lifestyle is to maintain the ability to be flexible and fluid, which is why tools like MyPlate and the dietary guidelines can be so effective. No one wants to feel trapped by their own self-imposed dietary restrictions. So you don't always need to get caught up in the numbers, whether it's the number of calories consumed or the number on the scale. You want to make healthy, nutrient-dense choices and engage in physical activity and listen to your body's cues. Another common concern, are nutrition facts labels accurate? So we kind of showed that example a little bit earlier. And truth be told, the FDA allows for nutrition facts labels to have a bit of leniency and error when it comes to different classes of nutrients. The FDA categorizes nutrients into 3 groups, class 1, class 2, and third group, each with different rules for accuracy evaluation. And depending on the category the nutrient falls under, the nutrient content found in the product by laboratory analysis may vary up to 20% in order for the product label to maintain compliance. This applies to fats, carbohydrates, proteins, and overall calories. Now, this doesn't mean that you need to question the legitimacy of every single nutrition facts label, but it does provide an explanation for some discrepancies you may see as you read the labels at the store or at home. And so the last one we want to kind of talk about are smartwatches, right? So my smartwatch told me I need to eat 4,000 calories a day. And so often smartwatches will use heart rate to predict calorie expenditure, which is a way to measure exercise intensity. But as we discussed, there are a lot of different factors that kind of affect how many calories we actually burn through physical activity. In fact, several studies have shown that smartwatches and other fitness trackers can be off by anywhere from 40 to 80% of your actual energy expenditure. And so let's say your actual energy expenditure is 2,000 calories. Being 40 to 80% off would result in consuming 80 to 1,600 additional or fewer calories each day. And so while these smartwatches have improved and they're actually over the years, especially for things like simple modalities like walking, remember at the end of the day, these are just estimations, so you don't need to hold on to it so tightly and take it as the 100% truth. And so this quote sums up calories as a whole. Calories are not what make a food good or bad. It is a nutritional value contained within the food that should be the focus. And so as much as we'd love to just really simplify nutrition, the fact is nutrition is really not simple. It's just as complex and challenging of a problem to solve as each of us are unique. And so, but there are some solid truths. And so when we consume empty calories, we're going to feel hungry, we're going to feel unsatisfied, and we're going to feel deprived of what our body needs. When we consume quality calories, we're going to feel satiated, we're going to be satisfied, and we're going to thrive, right? Because those healthier options, the better quality calories are going to be better in the long run for us. And so, of course, there's more to health than counting calories and constantly checking the scale. While measures like weight and BMI are tools to help identify risk, it's not the end-all be-all and does not provide a detailed picture of your health. There's so many other factors you can look into to measure, cholesterol, blood sugar, blood pressure. The list really can go on. Instead of focusing on counting calories, focus on making your calories count. When that is a focus, it goes a long way to helping everything else fall into place. And so I really want to thank everyone for listening to my presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Gardopia Gardens. They can get you to me, or they can provide you with my contact information. But I hope you've enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
He's presented in all 3 of our conferences. Texas A&M is the land grant university for the state of Texas out in College Station. They do research on horticulture, agriculture, business, you name it. We have an AgriLife extension office here in Bexar County. David Rodriguez is the head agent. They have an amazing team. And actually, AgriLife is building a 10-acre farm down the street from us, right behind Wheatley, or it's actually Young Men's Leadership Academy at Wheatley. It's called the Greenies. And they recently opened up a facility that's going to be like a pavilion for cooking and demonstrations. So stay tuned. And it's really going to be state of the art. So stay tuned for that. with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to Rachel Sawinski. Again, she's a Texas Master of Naturalist with the Alamo Area Chapter. I've known Rachel since college. She's been a great advocate back in the day with the Student Government Association and is doing great work. So Rachel, thank you for your patience and fill us in.
Can y'all hear me without the mic?
Yes.
Steven said it's better if I use my coaching voice. And actually, he was president of the Student Government Association when I was a graduate student. So I've had a lot of coaching from Steven different times. So thank you for your patience. I uploaded my resource file, which they'll be sending out to you all, a link to it after the event so that you can follow up on what I'm going to talk about today. If you want to go ahead and implement something, it has a lot of resources. So I asked you to look for that. And so I got everyone confused because then I uploaded my PowerPoint several days later, and that we've now found it. And, so I just appreciate y'all's patience. So I'm here to talk about,
It's lagging.
okay, increasing your independence by using edible native plants. We're all here to talk about food security, and of course, Stephen's pathway to doing that is talking about urban agriculture. So how, so some of the learning outcomes for today are for you to be able, if you wish, to understand the relationship between food security and human trafficking, consider the effects of human colonization and its impact on food security today, consider the related effects of racism on the agricultural and urban landscapes today, realize that using native plants for human consumption alters your food security, and then there will be this link to a resource that's sent out for you to use. So my question to you all, for a little discussion here is, what's the link between food security and human trafficking in our modern day? Now, if you need a prompt, the prompt is, why have bananas always been so cheap? So that gives you a direction to start off. Okay, who's picking the bananas? Generally, for the last few decades, who's been picking the bananas? Children, right? And are these children paid? No. These are children held in slavery, basically, as one of the major components of human trafficking. So what goes with that kind of food system? What are some of the other things that support that food system? Okay, on a global scale, let me think it differently. What does it require other than unpaid or cheap labor, worker exploitation, to bring highly discounted foods from other places to us here today? Yes.
Transportation.
Okay, so transportation. So you're using what? Yeah, okay, some capital investment. You're generally fossil fuel. Okay, there are a lot of people involved in that system, and so then, as we found out during the COVID pandemic, anytime any component of that system breaks down, it causes a lot of chaos. Right. Okay, so do you think, does that system actually add to food security, or does it detract from it, relying so much on labor around the world to bring your food?
Detract.
Okay, why?
I mean, it's a secure population security, but I think other countries.
Okay, so it's not really secure for the people in the other countries. Yes, provide. So, okay, so that's one consideration, right? On our moral and ethical grounds, that we are exploiting people in other countries to bring food to us, right? It's depleting their resources or causing children to go without an education because they're the ones picking the food in a lot of cases. Also, what about us? How does it affect our food security? What happened during COVID?
Supply chain issues?
Yeah.
Yes, all of a sudden the supply chain's disrupted. The grocery shelves are empty. And then some people say, what? I think I'm gonna start gardening. Right? So also I want to think about, when did all of that really start? This kind of reliance on this kind of global food supply.
Colonial eras.
Okay. So really start with colonization. Oops, that's part of your test. So what are the effects of colonization of our, like when the Spanish, the English, the French came to the United States? How does that impact us today as far as our food security?
We have less of a variety of strains, different types of crops.
Okay, so we mostly rely on a few things. Did you know, like globally, that the majority of food consumed globally is made out of 7 components. So, yeah. And so let's see, that's something we can all discuss later. What are they? If you don't know them, here's a chance to look something.
I think other thing also with that, it says variety, imagine using their local.
Exactly.
Their
Right.
variety of that.
And that's not just a problem here, but worldwide, there are a lot of people really looking at that, like trying to restore those heirloom species and the things that they grew in those areas, starting seed banks. Yes.
I heard something during COVID, in West Africa, sorry to interject, related to that. So a lot of from French colonized, they eat a lot of baguette, and during not COVID, but during the Ukraine-Russia war, they had an issue because of the wheat. So they never, it wasn't part of their culture, but colonization. And now they were trying to go back to how can we start using our own grains to create. So they've been used and they probably put it in their culture, but it was.
Right, exactly. The war in Ukraine's been another.
Yeah, and it affected their, and I didn't think that it will affect them all the way in West Africa.
Right.
With Ukraine and Russia food supply chain.
Right, exactly. It created global wheat crisis, right?
Yes.
Because we're so reliant on wheat. Like you said, not just the United States, but even in other continents. Right. So we see a lot of disruption. But think about when the Spanish came here. Okay, they brought figs and pomegranates with them. Right? Wonderful things which grow very, very well here. A lot of Mediterranean herbs grow very well in San Antonio. What else did they bring as far as crops? Right? Think about that today. How many times a year do you hear someone say, San Antonio is the largest majority Hispanic city in the United States, and it has the highest rate of diabetes. We're still living that legacy of the Spanish bringing sugarcane with them. And where did they get this from? You think of this, why were the Spanish here to begin with? Because, yes, and why were they so invested in colonizing so many other areas? Because for 800 years before that, Spain had been ruled by the Moors, and they said, we don't ever want someone else to be able to take over our empire again. So then they went and became the imperialists themselves. And what did they bring? Sugarcane, but they brought a lot of these things that actually weren't native to their own country either. And so then they just continued that legacy of colonization. And one could argue that in fact, isn't that a form of slavery now for their own descendants and the native peoples, that sugar and diabetes have killed far more people than the influenza they brought? They killed so many people, what we're aware of, right? That the people didn't have a natural resistance to influenza, but they also weren't able to process the sugarcane because it's not part of the culture. And also, what are some other effects?
Basically, the people who were already here just over centuries forgot how to take care of themselves, and they already did.
Okay, so that would be some of the effects of the human colonization on the system now. People no longer use the things that they used before, some of the traditional things. Okay. Anything else? Heard people mention it several times, yes.
Here, irregular migration, there's like areas where we were able to flow and find our farm. They farmed areas, black land security, they farmed it all, created right period area, eliminating native grasses, species and things like that. So it definitely, I would say that.
And you know, like today, a lot of times people say the Texas Blackland Prairie ecoregion. Oh, they say, oh, that's that black number. You know, what can you do with it? You know, but you know why it's like that? Because it's compacted. And when the Blackland Prairie soil becomes compacted, there's like no air in it. But it was the richest soil right here. You have the richest soil in the whole nation, right? But when you're taken away from it, like when the bison were roaming, right? They were actually fertilizing the ground. There was a natural way of doing things. They used fire, and all of that's been lost. And so when you start exploiting from the land without returning to it, like people are trying to do with regenerative farming now, then it decreases, right? And we don't value it. I always say also, what about just valuing what was here before? Yeah, this is a major issue. Yes.
I would say kind of building on that, you know, what was here before, the Polytechnics who lived here before were a lot more in tune with their environment and kind of being able to get things from there and giving back. And the mission system kind of consolidated everybody onto like that agricultural system where, you know, you're reliant on just these stagnant communities. And I think that maybe has made us a lot more out of tune with our environment today.
Yeah, it really shifted things. Well, because one of the things that the Spanish brought with the missions was each mission had its own ranch, right? And then as the urban area developed, they started putting fences around because the cattle would eat someone else's, right? So you have a lot of other permission. But what about something else that someone's mentioned here? Lawns. We've heard a lot in the popular press lately, in the popular discussion in the nation about lawns. You know, does it have a racist history? And what's the whole history? All the different reasons people have lawns to show that they are wealthy enough that they can waste land. But unfortunately, in San Antonio, we have a real crisis, right? Because where is the majority of our discretionary water use put? Our potable water treated. In the summer, the majority of it goes on lawns still. So how does that affect us? Well, and then we also have the problem of invasive species. And this is a photo of Nandina domestica, where we bring in, because we don't value the things that are here, then we bring in things that are not, that actually alter the ecosystem. And in some cases, I would say this is a real issue for me, Nandina domestica, because so many places you see it, landscapers use it because nothing eats it, because it's so toxic. And so they plant it, but that because people are losing their understanding of what plants are for. You know, because there's nothing here that can process the cyanide in the berries. And I want to tell you a hopeful story then. I would say maybe 1 in 10 people that I share information with about Nandina with ever react to it. But 2 months ago, I contacted someone with Frost Bank and I said, I went to one of your branches and I saw these adults leaving. They were very jubilant. They must have had some great financial decision just made. They were happy. They're all over here celebrating. Their kids are here playing with the plants. Kids start popping some holly berries off of them. Now the parents are laughing. They don't know what the plants are. Right next to the holly is Nandina domestica. And I told the person I spoke with at Frost Bank, I said, do you realize if those children had popped those berries in their mouth instead, we could have seen them die right there. And they went and they researched it. And then they called me back this week and said, by the way, we found out how dangerous that is. We don't want that liability. We don't want that happening to people on our property. They removed it and replaced it with the native plant, but they did the research. Yeah. So often things get into place and it's just left there. You know, it's a danger, but once it gets there, it's very difficult to remove. Okay, so why is it important to have we have lots of exotic plants that aren't necessarily invasive. What would be the importance of planting native instead of non-invasive exotic? Okay, pollinators, and what about the pollinators? Okay, so native pollinators do go to the native plants first. Like a lot of them will, because we have parsley plants in the parsley family. If you put them next to parsley, they will go to the native parsley family plants before they go to parsley. For example, and a lot of times you see a lot of plants that we grow in the garden. Swallowtail butterflies are famous for dill and parsley, right? Why? Because we have native plants that very much resemble that, right? Okay, but also think about this. If you plant broccoli, instead of eating like our native greens, Turk's cab, red bell, whatever, lots of native greens, what happens to your garden? So what's when you set that out there, what's going to show up? You're supporting, you kind of mentioned this earlier, your non-native insects, right? Did you know that the only reason West Nile virus is an issue in Texas is because the exotic plants that those use are grown here by people. They cannot use our native plants. So we would not have West Nile virus in Texas if it weren't for that. So I'm going to tell you that if you plant native, what will happen is if you don't use the food, like in your food forest, it's not an issue because the birds will take it. And you will have food security. Did you know, I threw in a few of these extra, but what one plant sustained the native population here through that kept it alive through drought? One plant. That was 80% of their diet during drought. Cactus, the Opuntia species. If you plant just that cactus and just the Acerola cherry, our native Acerola cherry, which is very expensive in the store because it's so high in vitamin C, if you took out every lawn in this neighborhood and planted those, the whole community would be famine-proof. Even if every grocery store closed, if you had no other food, people can live on just those two plants for months. Then, of course, here's your pharmacy. And, of course, all of the many other wonderful native plants. And there's links to all of these that you see here in your resource list that they will send you an email about. And I will be staying here till the end of the day. If you want to talk to me about what you can do to get more native plants, edible plants started in your own, right? But look for that resource list. Okay.
The cactus, when people found out how edible it might benefit, like it could diabetes and like
That's the traditional Mexican thing that has actually started getting a little medical research. And what they found is that, and the medical research, the limited that's been done, is what cactus does is it prevents your blood sugar levels from spiking after you eat. It never rises very much. So it stays level. And there's a whole line of thought that diabetes is not about high blood sugar. It's about how much your blood sugar varies.
But so what I'm hoping is to actually learn more ways. Like you guys look any native plant like cooking.
Definitely something we can look. We actually have a couple of demos today. Some chefs will come, and we'd love to try to offer something like that in the future. We actually have a guy here in San Antonio who is really into cacti propagation, different varieties, things of that sort. So we'll make sure to take a note of that. Yes, yeah. Grow it and eat it. You're right. That's over here, food, right?
Well, you got sodas, and I'm sure, I think prickly pear wine too, right?
Thank you so much, Rachel. We will go into our next presentation, which is Victor. Yeah, so Mitch Hagney with Local Sprout will be our next presenter. We'll take about a 1 or 2 minute break to get his presentation up, and then we'll let him take the stage. That being said, as we're waiting, is anybody having any issues with Postmates? Okay, if you're having issues with Postmates, we'll maybe take a sidebar over by the stage. Has anybody had success with Postmates? Okay. Can you give us your success story? You have to enter the first workout. Okay.
Take care of it.
There's a QR code that you can access as well. Okay, so what does that service fee? $3, okay.
Go into the promo code first under account and then enter that in, and then it'll take you to the restaurant. If you go in just the open app, you might pick a restaurant that might not be applied to the code. That was the problem. Yeah.
Also, so we had, I want to say 28 people register and paid the $25 fee. Thank you so much. For those of you who did that, we have a little goodie bag for you. So make sure before you leave today that we get that. We can check you in as well. Another thing is everybody who's here today can get a free fruit tree as well. We'll just need to make sure to register you. The City of San Antonio Parks and Rec gives us those trees, and we are tracking those trees so we can show the city where they're going, the distribution of them, and make sure that they are getting to good homes. Okay, so before you leave today, if you paid the $25 to attend today with lunch, you're gonna get a goodie bag, and everybody can get a fruit tree. So give us just a moment. We're gonna get Mitch up shortly. And I was like, what Trinity has a community garden? So I started reaching out and I got led to this guy. who was in the same process around 2011, 2012, starting community garden at Trinity. And then, we graduated, everybody goes their separate ways. And I started doing more with Gardopia, and I was Googling like urban farms, and boom, local sprout shows up. I'm like, wait, did Mitch start an urban farm company? Yeah. What's going on here? So like, Mitch started a community garden, I started a community garden. Mitch started an urban farm company, I started an urban farm nonprofit. Like, our paths have been so parallel for so many years. And now we both sit on the Food Policy Council. He's been the board president for many years. He's now the board treasurer. So Mitch is doing great things, and thank you for being here, man.
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate the time to talk. Really, I mean, watching Gardopia grow over the years has been absolutely incredible. Seeing the impact that it has not only on how much food is produced within this community, but also how much culinary and garden education there is. You see the city slowly becoming farmers altogether. It's pretty kind of work. STEM education training and garden programs like Gardopia. So a little context from me, I have a hydroponic farm. I also have a food hub down the street. It's called Local Sprout. It's about a 16,000 square foot facility, but only a part of it is used as a hydroponic cultivation space. So in August, we will have been cultivating in a shipping container for 10 years. And we used to sell at the farmer's market. Now we primarily sell to restaurants. And at the same time, the food hub, which is the facility that hydroponic farm is in, has I think 24 companies in there right now. And it's also a food truck commissary. There's coffee roasters, there's pickle makers, there's people make enchilada sauces, World Peanuts, lots of different food trucks, caterers, bakery. There's just a lot of different culinary businesses. And we see a lot of connections between those different organizations. Council, as Stephen mentioned, we've been working on creating a more sustainable and equitable food system. And different ways that we've done that and ways that I've been working on that over the years is adjusting the legal zoning code for where urban farms and what we call residential market gardens can happen. Now, almost every city zone in San Antonio, you can legally do agricultural cultivation with no legal restrictions in front of you. We helped increase the legal number of chickens you can have in your backyard from 3 to 8. A lot of different participation from our council members as part of that. And then our Healthy Corner Store initiative. So we helped pilot healthy foods going to convenience stores in food desert areas. We started in about 8 stores in District 3 in the southeast side. And that's scaled up now to, I think it's in 35 stores. It's about 9 through food deserts every month. And that's the result of exclusively volunteers. None of us get paid for those efforts. And we work on whatever ideas that we find compelling about the food system. We invite people to come and join us as well. So if you're curious about the Food Policy Council, reach out. You can find us online. If you're curious about Local Sprout from either hydroponics or a food truck or a food manufacturing perspective, reach out to Local. But today, I'm actually very excited to announce something a little bit new that we'll be working on next week. We're going to be presenting some findings to City Council as the Food Policy Council, and it's the result of about a 2-year collaboration with Stanford University's Natural Capital Project. So public has never seen this data before. We're very excited. We're about to kind of unveil it to City Council next week. This is first kind of sneak peek for how much urban agriculture can be produced in San Antonio. Before I jump into the data itself, which can be a little bit complicated, just a little context for what this could mean for the city. The Natural Capital Project under Stanford, they're folks that initially coined the terms environmental services. Environmental services are the value that nature provides to us for the amount of water that allows to infiltrate into the ground, the amount of carbon that gets stored in soils or in tree trunks, the amount of cooling effect that canopy cover can have for cities. Urban heat island is a really big problem. So the Natural Capital Project quantifies value of green space, the value of parks, the value of different pieces of green infrastructure to citizens and how much value that can provide. For the first time ever, they've been working with us on quantifying the agricultural value of those spaces as well. And so we created a study using some of their custom software, I'll explain in a second, to determine how much environmental service and how much food can be produced from food forests and urban farms on public land in San Antonio. And so to do that, the first thing we had to do was figure out how much public land is potentially usable for gardens, for food forests and urban farms. What we found when we looked through all of the legal data for who owns different properties in the city and used a lot of satellite imagery, we found that San Antonio, the city of San Antonio owns about 16,500 acres of land that could be leveraged for food forests farms. We love community gardens. We were especially interested in more scaled, larger scale versions of urban agriculture, and food forests and urban farms are a great way to evaluate that scale. And so we were curious, how much food can you grow and how valuable is that for the city? You can see there's a lot of different distribution of where these parcels are. This is a little bit of a small image, and the city is quite large. So I'll kind of jump into where these are. In District 3, the far south side, and then District 8, the far northwest side, there's a lot of city-owned properties that could be potentially leveraged. And we defined these as parcels that the city of San Antonio owns that don't have development on them. So they don't include parking lots or buildings. They are green space for the most part. Parks are included in these, but then also floodplains and vacant lots. Floodplains in particular, we think are really quite viable for these potential sites because a lot of the crops that have evolved to be in this area, pecans, figs, mulberries, they adapted to flood conditions that occasionally have lots of water and oftentimes have very, very little water. And in San Antonio, we know that we struggle to build businesses or houses in floodplain areas. So this could potentially be a really great use for all of this space. And the city owns a lot of it because through pilot programs over the years, they got people out of houses in flood areas, and they don't exactly know what to do with that land. We think growing food there is a really, really great idea. So here's of the 10 city council districts. If you know where your district is, you can kind of correspond how many acres are available to be leveraged as urban farms or food forests. And to us, the critical question is, how much would that do for food insecurity? So it's very hard to quantify hunger around the city. It's very hard to quantify where food is accessible. If you're curious where people aren't getting water, then you go to our municipal water service and you figure out where the faucets are turned off. You can't do the same thing for food because it's so distributed. There's lots and lots of different places where food is coming from. So one metric that we were using to try to figure out where food insecurity is occurring is how much food stamp usage is in various regions of the city. So we tried to correlate where food stamp usage was from where available urban green space was to potentially figure out how much of an impact farms and food forests could have. Yeah.
How do you get the data on the food stamps? Is it on?
So the question is, where do we get the data on food stamps? That's federal data. So census tract data, they correspond to how, and you know, this is not a perfect metric at all. People who don't know how to get food stamps are potentially still, you know, very hungry, but this is one of the better pieces of data we have to try to map food insecurity. And one just kind of brief aside is Metro Health right now is doing a large evaluation of where food insecurity is. They have something called the Food Insecurity Task Force or worker. Thank you. If folks are interested in trying to map food insecurity, then there's a lot of great ways to get involved with their programs as well. But this is kind of the simple mapping that we tried to do to figure out where food insecurity was. And so this next image is just kind of a comparison of the two. Okay. So it shows you that there really is correlation between how much available public space there is, especially look at District 3. District 3 has high SNAP use, which is food stamps. It also has tons of space that could potentially be leveraged for urban farms. So just two examples to get us thinking, what is an urban farm? What is a food forest? We use data from Garcia Street Urban Farm, which is just a hair further east from where we are here, which has been operated by Alamo Colleges. Cecile Parrish and her team has been doing a great job since 2019. And so we took the yield data for how much food they had grown over the years, each season, kind of the numbers showing how much you could grow on a certain amount of acreage based off of what urban farms are already doing here in San Antonio. And we compared that to
lots and lots of different studies on how other farms are producing different vegetables. They've been doing a terrific job. You should go see them at Garcia Street. For food forest, the Food Policy Council has actually created a pilot site on 3 acres on the south side at Padre Park. If you know where Hot Wells is, or Mission County Park 1 and 2, it's right next to there. And we have about 100 pecan and fruit trees that are drip line irrigated that are starting to grow there. So we have a pretty good idea how much it costs and what the kind of effort is in order to cultivate those. And if anyone wants to participate with, we call it the Tamak Talom Food Forest, and you can come and join us at 6 p.m. on Tuesdays, where anyone is welcome, and we'll kind of teach you about perennial agriculture, irrigation, and showcase an example of a working food forest. So we use data from that food forest as well as from a lot of different research sources to try to calculate how much food can you grow. So something that's just useful to note is, to us, a food forest is public access. This is functionally a park where people can come and harvest whatever the crops are. And then an urban farm is for individuals to be able to produce a certain amount of crops to then sell. So we think one of them is public access and one of them is kind of private. So there's a lot of different data on here. These are some of the slides that I'll be giving to City Council on Thursday. If anyone wants to come and support our proposals to City Council, then it'll be at 2 o'clock on Thursday. Here is some of how much food you can grow through a food forest in San Antonio using mulberries, pecans, figs, and nopal. There was a question of cactus earlier. We think cactus is an amazing perennial crop to be able to cultivate. These are the crops that have done best at the Tamak Talom food forest so far, and so we think they're a good indicator for what an optimal yield food forest could look like in the city. Then we have, if we were to convert all of the 16,000 acres that San Antonio owns, which is a little ridiculous, we shouldn't do all of those acres, but just as a thought experiment, if we were to leverage all of that acreage for cultivation, how much food could we grow? We could grow 25 million pounds of mulberries, 3 million pounds of pecans, 37 million pounds of figs, and 126 million pounds of nopal. So obviously that's a pretty good amount of food. For urban farms, this is how much we could grow. I'm not going to list all the numbers. It's many, many, many millions of pounds. It's almost 1 billion pounds of food through urban farms on that same acreage every year. And that comes out to about $1.1 billion in market value. So that's how valuable those crops are. So this is to say, at the same time, you're growing a huge volume of food. We are also quantifying how much urban cooling does that do. So if you increase tree canopy, then you cool the city. The amount of pavement, the amount of buildings in San Antonio soak up a lot of heat, and it makes our environment hotter than the surrounding areas. If you plant pecans, mulberries, figs, then you can actually cool the city at the same time that you're growing lots of food. And the city of San Antonio at the moment is very interested in policies they can use to try to increase that urban cooling effect. So this is just one little example. I talked about District 3. There's really large correlation between food insecurity there and how much crop cultivation space there is. The District 3 has over 4,000 acres of undeveloped space, and it has the second highest SNAP benefit use in the city, which means that there's a lot of demand for fresh food, and potentially there's a lot of supply as well. I'm not going to go through every single one of these numbers, but what does that mean for people? It means that approximately 15,000 people in District 3 could have their nutritional needs met by food forests in that same district. And as you look into surrounding acreage, there's a lot of potential yield and a lot of potential nutrition that's available for folks throughout those areas. Just one food forest, one that's expanding now at Villa Coronado. There's 8 acres of open space that could be converted. What does that mean for how much food you can grow? Over 100,000 pounds of fruits and nuts each year, and over $500,000 worth of produce. So really, a single food forest can make a pretty big difference in nutrition. An urban farm So Rosedale Park, this is on the west side. This is a very large park. We're not talking about converting the entire thing, but in terms of, there's a lot of fields, there's skate parks, there's a performing arts space. The areas surrounding those are unused. So unused areas at that park, there's almost 14 acres worth. How much food could we grow there? We could grow 750,000 pounds of food every year from just that urban farm. And you could grow almost $1 million worth of market value from just unused space at one park in San Antonio. So what does this mean kind of for the longer term? Well, the Food Policy Council is taking these results. We're going to present to City Council on Thursday. If anyone wants to come and support, we'll be at City Hall at 2 o'clock on Thursday, presenting this to the Health and Equity Subcommittee. And we think that we have created a pretty good case for how valuable urban agriculture on public spaces can be. And as a result, we're advocating for 3 policies, and we would love any San Antonio community member to help us advocate for those policies. The first thing is, San Antonio has a tool library now that any of you can use if you want to start a garden or improve your space. But primarily, that tool library includes shovels, rakes, and little hand saws. We want to take it to the next level. We think that tillers, which are a really important piece of equipment for irrigation, should be used. Trenchers, which are really important for irrigation, should be added to that list. We think that tillers, for people who are establishing their garden initially to try to prep that soil, those should be available for free. The city should own those, and then people should be able to come and use those. So that's policy number 1, is expand the tool library. Policy number 2 is at least 3 public-owned lots, vacant lots if possible, should be available for lease for long-term urban farming efforts. So 10-year lease for an urban farmer. If you learn enough at Gardopia about how to cultivate crops and you don't have access to land to be able to start your own farm, we think that the city has lots of space, and we've proved that pretty well, that some of it should be leveraged for urban farming. And so number 2 is to create at least 3 public-owned lots for leases for urban farms. Number 3 is we think that food forests should be added to parks and public workspace. So we think floodplains that the city owns, parks that are underutilized, they should be cultivating actively pecans, mulberries, figs, nopal, so that members of the public who are curious to get involved in agriculture or are hungry have the opportunities to be able to go and leverage those resources directly. And so we're going to be advocating for those as part of the city budget and as a way for municipal land use to work. And we're really, really hopeful that we'll be able to get those policies done. So really appreciate everyone taking the time to listen. This report, it's 77 pages or so. A lot of it is appendices. The academics are working with, we're very thorough. You don't have to read every word, but they're going to be available on the Food Policy Council of San Antonio's website. Go check it out. If you want to go and support us as we talk to council, please do it at 2 o'clock on Thursday. And then if you want to talk to your own council representative about leveraging San Antonio's huge assets to help solve food insecurity and environmental problems at the same time, love your
Twice that you're gonna be at City Hall, but you also mentioned like City Council and a committee, so could you be more specific where it's gonna be?
So the question is this week on Thursday where we're going to be. City Council has a Health and Equity Subcommittee that is at 2 o'clock in City Hall at the council briefing area. If you go into City Hall, they'll just kind of guide you in. We'll be one of the groups that are presenting at that time. They meet every month or every other month or so. And the team from Stanford is actually flying in to help us present that data to make a more compelling case to the council members. So there'll be, I think, 5 council members there. And then we're trying to reach out to the other council members as well.
Great. Yeah. Let's just stop. Take maybe 5. What's the stop because they took that man. So what's the stop? The next thing there says, and put all the effort, and then all of a sudden, you know what, this hotel can pay us. So you get your garden, and you know,
yeah.
What's the stop?
So the question is, how do we protect agricultural land in San Antonio once it's established? Really important question. As real estate prices increase, then there's a lot of pressure for what these land uses are going to be. We think that some of these underutilized lands, especially floodplains, are going to have less demand over time. So they're going to be more likely to be able to retain because there's not as much competition. We think that members of the public getting actively involved in food forests and urban farms can stop large-scale development if local council members want to develop it in different ways. If there's a local community that says, we would like to hold on to this land, we want to continue cultivating, then that would be pretty significant. But we know how much of a public outcry there was when the city tried to take a bar outside the Alamo. If they tried to eminent domain Gardopia, I think there would be a war on our hands. So those are important strategies, but also there's something called a conservation easement that's available in Texas. There's a way that you can designate land to be used specifically for agricultural uses and not to be developed for other purposes. They're used oftentimes for real estate trusts to hold on to a specific land use type over many, many years. There are certain conservation easements in the for recharge zone to make sure that there's a certain amount of water that's percolating down. We should leverage agricultural conservation easements in San Antonio to make sure that there is cultivation space, even despite urban development.
Because River de Zavala, they feel we got a lot of free charge. And they put whole bunches there, and that was the council. The council said, yeah, go ahead and do it. So, what's to stop it? That's what I'm saying. That concurs me because, yeah, you want to make artists, but everybody puts all their effort in. Couple.
Ongoing agriculture is always going to be a challenge. There's always going to be competition. One of my favorite farming quotes is that growing food takes a lot of water, most of it as sweat. And so if we want to protect our agricultural areas, we're going to have to put a lot of work in over the years.
And just to add on that, that's a great question. There's actually a documentary of a 10-acre farm that was ran by migrants in Los Angeles that was on private property that got sold, and they brought in bulldozers and bulldozed the entire 10-acre farm. It happens over and over again. Land justice is a real issue. 97% of agricultural land is owned by white European Americans. Most of the land in San Antonio most of the land in Texas, right, is private land. So it is an ongoing battle, and we're going to have to continue these conversations and advocate.
I just wanted to know what the expected turnaround time for a decision on your proposed policies is.
So our intention is, so the first one and the third one, the tool library expansion and the food forests addition to parks and public works, these are things we're hoping to get into the next fiscal year budget. That budget is usually determined in September of the year before. The leases for vacant lots, those are not budget decisions, so those can kind of happen in a slightly different time scale. Our hope is to get progress on all three of these within a year. And our intention is to leverage this report, this pretty comprehensive data set, as an argument for why this is a pressing solution that we should try to leverage.
Has HEB chimed in on the subject? Are they supporting, or
HEB, we would love to. We haven't heard nothing so far. So this is the first time the public has ever seen this particular data. The scale of how much public owned land that could be leveraged for agriculture has never been quantified before and directly attributed to crop yield. The HEB, we would love to have more participation for within the Food Policy Council. They do a lot of great charity and benefit work, but we haven't had them contribute a lot so far to the Food Policy Council and local food system policy within San Antonio. Their scope is much larger than San Antonio itself.
But the restaurant?
Oh, your restaurants love this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Chefs and restaurants love this.
Regarding like the city council, I don't know if they're allowing public input at your meeting, but if you're not able to make the meeting, you can call ahead usually, and then they're obligated to play your 2-minute comment. So the more public support they hear, then can help with their opinion. I'm trying to see if I have to look back to my text screen to see what that number is, but you should be able to find it online as well. And they are obligated to play public comment.
Yep. So express this consistency here. It's really lovely aspect of our campaigns. I think there was one.
Chris, because we're from a border town, and like when we propose all this stuff, people, their first thing is, how do you go about dispersing the yield from those food forests? What would you say to that?
So the Food Policy Council at the moment doesn't have kind of definitive plans on how food from food forests should be distributed. At the Tamaqua Tulum Food Forest, which me and another kind of group has started and got some funding for and maintains, that food is just open for the public. So when there's figs, when there's pecans, people are welcome to come and harvest. The state of how each of these properties is going to be managed moving forward, I think there's going to be lots and lots of discussions on that. My personal preference is this should be open for public consumption. And then if there is a bumper crop that isn't eaten all from everyone, then we harvest it and distribute it to the food bank. But that's not necessarily how things are going to go. These are all discussions that as a community we need to make.
The Tamaqua Tulum, next meeting is Thursday at 6 p.m.
So every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Tamaqua Tulum Food Forest has a public volunteer work day where people are welcome to come and join us as we maintain. So Tuesdays at 6 p.m. In the winter time, we switch those to Saturdays because it gets dark too early. But right now it's Tuesdays at 6.
That initial property or space that you guys were assigned to at Tamaqua Tulum, it looked like it was all in the ditch, like the flood zone of that. And honestly, it just, to me, that was an insult upon injury. So are you guys going to try and get the city of San Antonio to give you more productive land? Because obviously that park is huge and you guys are going, you guys are in a floodplain.
So things, this is a cool collaboration because it's county owned land and we leverage city dollars in order to start it. We love floodplains. I think floodplains are a great place to be able to cultivate perennial agriculture. Not all of Padre Park that we're cultivating on, that's the kind of 100 or so trees that we have now. Not all of that is subject to flooding. It's close to a floodplain area. So some of the more dryland crops that we have there should be relatively insulated. And then ones that can handle the flooding, which we're really excited about, are able to be cultivated there as well. But as much land as the city of San Antonio wants to develop for food forest, we're down. We're ready.
We'll take one more question and then anybody else, we can take a sidebar over by the stage if that's okay.
First off, that's just what you guys are doing. It's a great idea, but how much of the presentation that is going to city council includes the advantages, the mental health advantages of gardening as a selling point, I guess?
So one metric that we do look at in our report is access to green space. So how much park access is there within the neighborhood now? If there was a food forest or a public or an urban farm there, what would that do? And it's not all good. Food forests are great, extra access for green space, but if we are to develop an urban farm that has fencing on it, if that was to go on a park space, that would potentially decrease total access to green space access, which in certain cases might be okay, in certain places, isn't acceptable. Well, for us, our goal was to quantify the benefits as much as possible. It's very difficult to quantify the impact of mental health from agricultural context. We did quantify the access to green space piece, but we also know that Metro Health is working on this relationship between green space access and mental health and coming up with kind of quantified benefits. We know that being under canopies, being around cultivated crops make us feel better. We know that the closer people are to their food system, they feel better from both nutrition and the getting dirt under their fingernails, being able to smell the earth as it works. So we haven't quantified it, but we know it helps.
Well, thank you again. Thank you, Mitch, so much. Again, this is just the beginning. As you said, this is the first time the public has seen it. We're going to need your help. It's going to be a campaign. There's all these campaigns around, propositions and things of that sort. So we're going to need y'all to go and call your city council and talk to the mayor and show up to citizens to be heard. we have never really had a big turnout for the food system at city council. I go to city council every once in a while and I advocate on sort of the squeaky wheel. But, you know, 10, 20, 30, if all of y'all showed up advocating with us, it's going to make a much bigger difference than, oh, here comes Steven again. Right. So, that being said, we are going to transition to Central Texas Mycological Society. Give us 1 or 2 minutes to get their presentation up, and then we will go. While we're waiting for them, any issues with Postmates? Has anybody been able to order? Still issues with Postmates? Okay,
Giving up, I'm just gonna go eat over there.
I'm gonna go eat some of the grass. Yeah, perfect. There are some cucumbers we can get. So let's, anybody else having issues? Okay, we should. I can grab some. Definitely. Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry. So we do have a little kitchen in there. We can, if you want to go wash your hands, then we also should have some what's it called? The hand sanitizer. Yeah. I'll give us just 1 moment. If you have any questions about food issues, I'll be out.
We're so excited to be here and like share with you guys what we have going on today.
So yes, thank you everybody for coming out today, and shout out to Gardopia for doing all of this amazing work and these amazing speakers. Yes, give it up. Everybody is really changing the landscape of food in San Antonio, and we're with the Central Texas Mycological Society, and we're really excited to be on this journey with everyone today. So who here likes mushrooms? Okay, awesome. Well, today we're going to be talking to you a little bit about mushrooms, the story, how you can get involved in San Antonio. And we're also making a mushroom burrito. We're going to be doing that over there at that table right after this presentation. So we invite everyone to join us and to make some mushroom burritos today. Yeah, we're excited.
So our mission is, so the Central Texas Mycological mission is to strengthen the conservation, research, and study of fungi in Texas. And fungi, no matter how you say it, it's all the same thing. It is the mycelium network, and we'll get more into the awesomeness of that right now.
Yes, and one of the really amazing parts of the Central Texas Mycological Society, one of our major accomplishments that we like to share with everyone is that Texas has an official mushroom because of CTMS. Which is amazing. A lot of our members, especially in San Antonio or in Austin rather, San Antonio is developing market here for CTMS, but Angie and I are leading the charge here, and we're really happy to be in San Antonio doing mushrooms here. And our friends in Austin have a lot of experience with the legislature, which is how they were able to engage policymakers to get a Texas star mushroom, because Texas is only the third state in the United States of America to have an official mushroom, because mushrooms are literally underground. So we are trying to bring them to the forefront, make them accessible, and things like this, having an official mushroom is something that really helps with that. So our Texas star mushroom is really gorgeous. I can tell you a little bit about it. Its substrate is in cedar elm trees. So in Espanol, cedar elm se llama olmos. So here in San Antonio, we have an olmos park, which is, guess what? Full of cedar elms. So with those cedar elms, that is where you would go to forage in the winter to spot a Texas star mushroom in the wild. So it's been amazing, and you guys can check that out. The fruit body, which grows on cedar elms, somewhat resembles a dark brown or black cigar before it splits open and to a star-like arrangement of 4 to 7 leathery rays. And when you see this like star mushroom fruit and like release, it also makes an audible hissing noise. So if you go to our website, we have some videos with those samples. If there's any DJ producers, engineers out here, we're looking for the mushroom remix, and you can get those samples there.
Wow. So my name is Angie, and I am a Texas Master Naturalist. I'm excited to share a lot of the mycelium madness that I've learned. This is a photo of me with a bunch of cordyceps mushrooms, which is a parasitic fungus. It's really interesting because it's actually medicinal in Asia. And we'll talk more about that in this presentation.
Awesome. Yes. And my name is Roxy Aguia. I wear many hats in San Antonio. I work for the San Antonio Water System doing small minority women-owned business outreach, empowering our community. I'm also the editor-in-chief of the nonprofit bilingual community publication called La Prensa Texas. And we're always pushing out all of these eco stories. If you have any stories that you want to share with our community, please talk to me after, and we can get these out to our community members. And I'm very passionate about edible natives. So I'm also a Texas Master Naturalist. With Angie, we do the Native Plant Society of Texas, Central Texas Mycological Society. If you can eat it, we want to know about it. And that is really what drives my work. You can reach me at my email, hydrogoth777@gmail.com. I'm also a performance artist here in San Antonio. And I love being here at Gardopia because one time we threw an eco rave here years ago, and it was amazing, and we love the support here.
There we go. So let's talk about what's on the table in front of us. So these are called spent mushroom blocks. And we have a few pickup spots on the south side of San Antonio. One's at my house. And typically we bring these blocks to events in order to keep these out of the waste stream and build healthy soil. So where do these blocks come from, right? Well, we have a collaboration partnership with mushroom farms in all of Central Texas. And typically these blocks, after they have one fruiting of mushrooms, get tossed into the waste stream. So in an effort to bring these back to our soil and build resilient living soil, we take these and offer them to the community. And today we're going to be growing mushrooms from this block today. So this is all free, and we're using the funds to create a mobile lab in all of Central Texas. So stay tuned for more.
Leah D, your food ready.
So today we're going to be covering the basics because, like we said, mushrooms are underground and there's still a lot to learn about it. So we're going to discuss what is mycology? What are some common fungal terms so we can all be mycologists today? We're going to talk about the infinite fungal life cycle, how it affects our soil, food, web community, and of course, why we're all here today, how to grow mushrooms in our urban homes.
So what is mycology? Very simply, mycology is the scientific study of fungus. And it's the study of decomposers, their nutrient recycling and uptake processes. We're going to understand our biosphere, and we also have a very similar cell structure to mycelium. And we're actually more related to them than we are to plants.
Yeah, so let's get started with a little mushroom history. Mushrooms were initially grouped with both plants and animals until 1969, which was not that long ago, when a scientist named Robert Whitaker published the first major revision to the two kingdom classification system. He proposed that there to be 5 kingdoms, this meaning that fungi now was in its own kingdom. And just a few years later, psilocybin, or psychedelic mushrooms, were placed under Schedule 1, and this has led to creating a mycophobic culture, which is why mushrooms are still pretty underground, right? Because they're kind of alternative lifestyle associated with that. But this is a shame because there's still very little we know about fungi. We've only identified 10% of the mushrooms that are on Earth. So we have a lot of work to do, guys. We really do.
Yeah, let's talk about what's happening inside this block. So as you can see, this block looks very different than this block next to Roxy. And essentially, this is a block that has had mycelium introduced to the block. And this is just a sterile block, and it consists of really organic materials like hardwood, soybeans, sawdust, even coffee grinds can be a food source for the mycelium to grow and create beautiful edible mushrooms.
Awesome. And one important variable with using these substrate blocks, it's kind of like it's a warning, and also just so you know about trichoderma. So sometimes when we hand out these blocks, if they stay too long in the heat, they will develop a little mold on them. And at that point, they're no longer edible, but they do have other benefits. So trichoderma, or green mold, is an endophytic fungus that causes a lot of problems in sterile mushroom farms. If you cultivate mushrooms, you probably know about this. But if you find a recycled mushroom block that has some green mold on it, it is a good thing. It is a genus of the soil-dwelling fungi found all over the world, and they're highly effective at colonizing many kinds of plant roots and inhibiting fungi that can cause many types of diseases. It was one of the first types of biofungicides commercially available. Trichoderma has been shown to be able to activate plant defense responses, which enables the plant to control some infections above the ground. But their effects are not limited to just soil-borne pathogens. An example is botrytis, a debilitating above-ground fungus that is sometimes controlled using trichoderma. Trichoderma can directly parasitize other fungi. First, it attaches to them, then it coils around them, and it produces structures that can penetrate them. In addition, the fungus produces enzymes that break down the fungal cell walls. So this is all just to explain to y'all. If you see mold on your substrate blocks, Don't eat it, give it to your soil because you're going to be giving to the legacy of that soil and really helping the biosphere of that soil. So some fungal terms: spores, hyphae, mycelium, colonization, inoculation, and substrate. So we already talked about substrate, right? So this is anything that is food for the mushrooms that it can basically break down. And we have a few different divisions of fungi that prefer different substrates. Spores are essentially the genetic codes of the mycelium. This photo on the left shows the mycelium expanding and running through the soil. So it's decomposing right here and actually using these mycelium tubes, we call it the mycelium highway, to retake these nutrients and put them back into the earth. And so this is the life cycle of a mushroom. So we'll start at the beginning and also the end, which is right here at the fruit body. So all of the magic of the mushroom or the mycelium happens underground, as you can see. So so this beautiful mushroom will start to sporulate, right? And this is the reproductive organ of the mycelium. So it will sporulate all over. These are microscopic matter, and essentially it will find an equal spore. And once it finds its compatible spore, it will begin to germinate. And when moisture and food is present, it will start to create hyphae. And these are essentially baby mycelium tubes, and it will start to digest the soil all around it. And essentially the mycelium will mature out. Like we see in this block, it's turned pure white. So we can really see that the mycelium has fully expanded versus over here, it's just pure soil. And once that happens, the mycelium will create baby mushrooms. And we call that primordia. And essentially those mushrooms will mature out, and we're at the beginning of the life cycle again. So spores are everywhere. Every breath contains between 1 and 10 detectable spores, which is why if you are choosing to grow indoors, you do have to take precautions against all these marvelous spores. They're great outdoors. Indoors, you have to be careful. And the mycelium, like especially right now because of all of this beautiful rain, it's a great time to be looking down when you're walking around San Antonio. If you see any of that web-like stuff that's like happening on the ground, that's mycelium. Yeah, and it is so tiny that 1 cubic inch of soil can contain enough to stretch 8 miles. So taking a quick look at the soil food web, we see that we can't have living soil without fungi. It is nematode food. It also creates the nutrient upcycling. And we have the 4 levels of decomposed or fungi right here: saprophytic, mycorrhizal, parasitic, and endophytic. And today we're going to be growing saprophytic mushrooms, which is wood-loving decomposers. So essentially that's the block here. This is a blend of, again, hardwood, oak, and soybean hull. So this mushroom is loving digesting this like really rich, nutrient-dense wood and creating mushrooms. Yes, so mycelium forms this important communication network, sometimes called the Wood Wide Web or the Earth's internet. The web beneath their feet connects vast systems of roots from plants and trees all over the planet, like an underground internet distributing nutrients of plants. 95% of plants form relationships with fungi, which is why they're super integral to our soil landscapes. So through the tubes of the mycelium, info about the environment, such as changes in soil moisture, water purity, and pollution, are communicated throughout the ecosystem. Plants, insects, and microbes use this info for their survival and their coexistence. Has anybody seen the movie Fantastic Fungi?
Yes.
Right? Awesome. And I wanted to take a look at the endophytic fungi. So this rope-like dark blue structure here is actually the mycelium formed in between leaf tissue. So as you can see, we can't really have plants without this endophytic fungi. So these tube-like mycelium is actually a transporting highway for cellulose and water. So the trees actually communicate with one another
through this network, and even like a mother tree can feed her baby seedlings through the mycelium highway. And just kind of re-adding to the conversation of eco-nutrition, right? So when we farm, we degrade the soil, right? We pull out all of the nutrients. So it's important that we add life back into it and create, instead of this vicious cycle of yield declining, we actually have an upward spiral. And adding this into the soil will give us more nutrients and essentially a soil regeneration. And this is some creative ways we've grown mushrooms. So just to kind of get the conversation and like the creativity going with how we can grow, we use Home Depot bucket, drill some holes in them, put some mycelium in there, and we have beautiful oyster mushrooms. And here's a couple of other ways.
Yes. So we actually made a beautiful mushroom scarecrow at the San Antonio Food Bank last fall. The kids loved it, and it's just a fun thing that keeps on giving.
This is to show how resilient the mushroom is. This rope-like structure here is actually the mycelium strangling a nematode because there's no food source around for it. So it definitely wants to thrive and live and is an aggressive species, which is these guys right here, Phorotis austratus. This is showing how the comparison of growing with mushroom or mycelium and not. So on the left is grown without the mycorrhizae, and on the right is with mycorrhizae. This parasitic fungi I was talking about earlier called Cordyceps militaris. So actually going to show that really quick. And if you want to follow us after this to the meme lab, we're actually going to be checking it out under a microscope. So just some ways that you can grow, which is cardboard and coffee. Toilet paper can even be used, right? Because it's wood loving. So anything that's like wood. And we even inoculated a book right here. So this will be fruiting mushrooms very soon. So this is kind of how it looks when it's all fruited. You can use a jar, you can use a laundry basket. There's really infinite tech possibilities.
We love the girls. We love the dolls. They look amazing. Okay, the shoe ones, you don't eat those, but it's art. Well, yeah, so I think that's it for our presentation. But like we said, you can meet us over there in the back and we can go through a little low-tech mushroom cultivation like burrito workshop. And these are really cute. Anybody can do them. Don't be afraid. Oyster mushrooms are so easy to grow. Some people don't identify as growers, but with mushrooms, they are just so easy to forget about and they still thrive. Yeah, so you can meet us over there and we'll send you home with some oyster mushrooms today so you can be eating for.
Yeah, and if you don't know if you like them, definitely try the mushroom jerky we made. And then maybe you'll have a second opinion. Thank you so much.
All right, well, again, Central Texas Mycological Society, doing great work, as y'all just heard. We talked about a little bit on our meme lab, our microgreen eatery and mushroom education laboratory. Mushrooms are just a great way to increase nutrition and bioremediation and all these awesome things. So,
And we forgot to plug our classes that we're doing in San Antonio. Next Friday, we'll be hosting a UV night walk where you can identify fungi in the wild. And then the next day on Saturday, we're doing a log inoculation course, which is a little bit more advanced, but it will give you some context to growing mushrooms if you want to.
Awesome.
go check them out on the table, every question. And we are going to transition to Chef Stephen Paprocki of Black Gold Garlic, Texas Black Gold Garlic. He's also with the Chef Cooperative. Give us a minute or two for him to get set up, and then we'll be with our next presenter. Thank you.
Yeah.
the viability of neighborhood-based gardens that contribute. Who cares? We all should. Who cares? We all should. Support and enhance community garden network. Provide resources to ensure the viability of neighborhood-based gardens that contribute to local food production and beneficial pollinator habitat. From neighborhoods to schools, these gardens are a hub for people to collaborate, to practice healthy lifestyles, and to learn more about nature. Gardopia has over 20 partner gardens. We also work with Green Space Alliances that has a community garden network. Together, we are going to be able to provide the resources, education, and support necessary to sustain these gardens for decades to come. Who cares? We all should. Controlled environment agriculture. Consider opportunities for controlled environment agriculture, hydroponics, aquaculture, etc., to increase local food production of food that is less energy and water intensive and protected from climate extremes. Here at Gardopia, we created the Microgreen Eatery and Mushroom Education Laboratory. That means we can grow fresh greens and mushrooms year-round. Strawberries in the winter, kale in the summer. These are possibilities that can be expanded and scaled throughout the region in warehouses, in shipping containers. These spaces can grow food and allow us, no matter what temperature is outside, no matter how hot it is, no matter how cold it is, to be able to support the local food system. Who cares? We all should. Incentivize local food production. Increase local food production through various incentive programs. Through provision of rebates for the purchasing of equipment to enable precision farming machine, harvesting resilient to extreme weather conditions, rebates for residential chicken keeping, etc. While there are currently no local food production incentives, people are beginning to realize the importance of knowing their farmer, the importance of supporting the farmer's market, the importance of being able to walk down the street and harvest some fresh produce. Cities around the country have incentivized folks for keeping chickens, for planting some fruit trees, for keeping a beehive. These are simple things that we can all do, and whether it's through a rebate, whether it's through a grant program, whether it's through reimbursements, all of this can encourage and create this fabric of everybody growing and purchasing food from the region. Who cares? We all should. Urban Agriculture Training Program. Develop an urban agriculture training program to train new urban farmers in climate-resilient agriculture and business practices, including low-carbon food production and processing. Here at Gardopia, we've been doing training since our inception. We work with K through 12, higher education, and adult education, including our Urban Farming and Gardening Masterclass program, where we have a 12-week course and certification program where over 100 adults have gone through that, increasing capacity for folks to be able to grow food at high levels within the city, addressing sustainability, food security, and resiliency. Who cares? We all should. Pursue urban agriculture opportunities. Assess pilot urban agriculture projects, such as Mission San Juan Capistrano, for potential duplication on other properties, and incentivize and provide resources to facilitate urban agriculture uses on vacant or underutilized land, including city-owned and other public land. The city of San Antonio owns multiple vacant lots that are currently just sitting there. Aside from the city of San Antonio, Bexar County, San Antonio Housing Authority, which is known as Opportunity Home, and many others have land that could be utilized. We can turn these into pocket parks. Here at Gardopia, we have taken 2 vacant lots and turned it into a robust half-acre micro farm. We can do this over and over again, empowering communities, empowering people, and increasing food security.
technical difficulties and everything else. You know what I mean? It's like one of those fun things to put in the garden. We would like, why don't you hang out with me up here tonight? Why don't you hang out with me? Why don't you hang out with me? Let's talk about the business.
Carmen will be the one to administer the adoption. There's a QR code she has on her phone as well as a link. So if you need to get out early, you'll be getting in contact with Carmen to be able to enter your information. Just a heads up on that. So we will go ahead and transition now to Tito Paprocki. I think he found us when we were just getting started with the Chefs Cooperative. The Chefs Cooperative, the way they work is they do fundraising dinners for local farms. And so in 2016, they did a garden to table dinner here at Gardopia. There must have been like 10, 11 chefs out here. None of these structures were here, so they had a whole bunch of their pop-up tents. They used ingredients from the garden and incorporated it into their dishes, and it was amazing night. I actually think to this day it's probably the best event that we ever had at Gardopia, and we've had a lot of events, and that was in 2016. So they do a great job. But Chef is an amazing person. He has a lot of different companies, brainchild. He has facilities, and is really spurring and catalyzing the culinary system. I think he's also UNESCO chef with the City of Gastronomy. Speaking about City of Gastronomy, they're one of our sponsors for this event. Could have done it without them, colleagues, Risa and the World Heritage Office. Addition to that is Rainbow Gardens. Rainbow Gardens is the sponsor of this conference. Grow Oya has been donating in kind with products to us. Postmates as well. So again, our sponsors, we can so without further ado, I'll go ahead and head it over to Chef and show Derek.
Show his mind and no. Anyways, I don't like to use mics, so I'm gonna use my big boy voice. Can you guys hear me like this? Is that okay? All right, cool. Sorry, there's no way I can cook it at the same time. All right, guys. Anyways, I'm Chef Stephen Paprocki. Let me see. Black garlic guy, bug dinner guy. What are we on? Chef Co-ops are 501c3. We get back to not just farmers, but gardens, but also 501c3s. We've been in business since 2013. Black garlic companies in stores like Walmart, HEB, Sprouts, Central Market. Farmer Farm the Farm is my supplement company. We're in stores like Cost Plus Nutrition here locally. What else I got? Oh yeah, the Co-op San Antonio, 23,000 square feet of culinary incubator space, food truck commissary, food hall, food truck plugins, a whole bunch of craziness. We got a culinary lab going now too. I don't know what those mushroom girls are, but we do slants, scobies, we do mushroom cultivation, we do mycelia, liquid mycelia, and a whole bunch of other. Anyways, I had a little technical difficulty because the wind was blowing, so I guess change out a sterno, so no big deal. So anybody ever hear of Zanzibar Farms? Zanzibar Farms? Okay. They're out of Kerrville, Texas. They're also somebody we also did an event for back in the day. They propose some of the best heritage pork around. I got a little bit of backslap bacon from them or whatever to do this because I always believe more fatter, better. All right, just so you know. And then, I mean, it's the best way of doing it. So we're gonna save some of this guy right here. And Stephen gave me a head count. He said, you know, it'll be about 20 people come in and just go around the garden, see some stuff, get some ideas, you know what I mean, and everything else. And I wanted to make sure I cooked a little bit more for everybody. So that's that. It's something I really like, and I'm gonna put this over here on my head. So we basically just went around, and I was like, Stephen, what do you got, and everything else. He's got Swiss char over there. It's beautiful, right? So Swiss char is a braising green. Now, a lot of chefs and everything else are gonna tell you you got to cut this nice bad boy out and everything else. And you know, so I believe farm to is basically snout to tail, utilizing 100% of all product and everything else. Those could be nice little crispies, fried, and all that other good stuff. So let's see how I'm going to do this without burning myself. You got the bacon fat in here, and then we got the green. Basically, what we want to do is we want to cook these bad boys down and get them pliable. There's two ways of doing it. Number one is cheating the system. It's like braising. So I So we're gonna braise some greens right now. We've got some local Texas honey, local pecans, local pork, more fatter the better and everything else. We're gonna make sure that that bacon goes back in. We rendered the bacon to get the fat, the flavor and everything else. And then we're gonna dump it back in there right now. So we're gonna julienne these real quick. Okay. And then all we're gonna do is we're gonna have all that sweetness from the honey, the apples, make it pop with the bacon fat, the crispiness of the bacon, the local Texas pecans or pecans, however you guys want to say it. I'm from New York originally. Don't kill me, okay? I came down here in '96, more Texan than New Yorker, but I do have I can't say all the words correctly, I guess, for the South. That's about it. So right now, pecan. It's like, I don't know. Somebody always comes down there like, this is a pecan, and there's like a can of peas. Not a can of peas. It's like, yes, I understand that, but you know what I mean? It's like one of those things. So we're braising these nice greens and everything else. It's gonna take a minute and everything. So we have some wind issues. Okay. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da. So any questions so far from anyone? This is the fun part. All it's gonna do is cook down. That's it. Sir? No, wind shear, I mean, it ain't gonna do anything. I mean, it's gonna braise. I mean, he gave me enough time to do it. He said 16 minutes. You got 16 minutes. We'll have this in 16 minutes. It's no problem whatsoever. My black garlic sea salt I was gonna put in this. Unfortunately, I had a little cart and I think it fell off somewhere down the road. So if anyone sees that on the way, I'm like, one block over there, one block over there. It's yours. It's free. Okay, so we're good on that. And then like how Stephen was saying, I'm a UNESCO chef. So UNESCO City Gastronomy and everything else is we have a beautiful opportunity here. We're on the map. There's only 2 cities for that in the United States. One is Tucson, Arizona, and one is San Antonio, Texas. There are 300 cities in the world that are designated this. Last week, we got to do a bunch of events. Johnny Hernandez, we did an event over at his place, one at Pearl. You were at Pearl, right? So Pearl was kind of cool because it was all about maize. It was all about corn, the maize event, right? And then, do you try my dish?
Yeah.
Okay. So my dish was a little bit different. It was, right? See, this is easy. You take popcorn. We actually got it. Just so you guys know, 99% of all corn that comes on the cob is for cows. Okay. 1% for us human consumption. And then there's a special corn that we had, right? The popcorn that was on a shelf. So we took this, we put it in a nice little baggie, microwaved it. First and only time you ever see me use a microwave is for that popcorn, and she knows that too. So when we did that, one cool thing is that we're going to have climate change. We all know that. San Antonio, believe it or not, is going to keep getting more humid and humid. When I moved down here with dry heat, it was beautiful. Loved it. Came down here in December, it was like 82 degrees. There was snow up there. I was like, I'm staying. That was it. I did. I didn't even go back. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. So anyways, so we are going to have the same climate as Thailand in the next 20 years, believe it or not. I know that sucks. That's humid. That is humid beyond humid, right? So I had to do an inspired dish around that. So I made a caramel sauce with coconut milk, made like a cajete with caramel. And then we added Thai sweet chili. We made that. We made these little, these little balls to sample them.
Oh, you can,
Liquid nitrogen. So basically, when you took the sample and you tasted that one, because you said vegetarian, it's like it blew smoke out your ears, your nose, and your mouth when you tried it. Did that? That's okay, good. So that was a fun event. So I get to go this summer. I got to go to Macau, and I'm going over there to cook. So we're also an ambassador for our city. You know what I mean? That's pretty much it. So this is going to render down, cook down, blah, 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 blah. Some of these greens are already pretty much pliable. You want to make sure that your greens and everything else, you're starting to see right now, all that color because of the Swiss chard, it's coming out. So it kind of looks like red wine. That's why I didn't want to do anything else but basically water for this one, because the flavor itself that comes out naturally from the pigments and the cell walls and everything else of that plant are going to just come out. And it's going to help break this down and cook. And then you got all that nice, beautiful bacon. You got those apples. And you guys, let's try this one more time. What do you think? Bamboo, I thought was supposed to be a lot more tougher than what this is. All right. That's pretty much it. Always remember, clean as you go, leave no trace. It's the two things that consider for a kitchen. That's about it. Any questions so far? Anything? Anything at all? No?
What do you see as like, agriculture that chefs are utilizing, like, I guess, the nuances of farming?
The biggest thing is, I can say, there's best practice farmers. I met Steven, there's a few that I really like. The first farmer I met here was Pedro Shamboya. My father's farm was the name of this farm in Seguin, Texas. He was going to the farmer's market. He was doing crazy vegetables that you've never seen before. I only see him in like Chef's Garden over there in Ohio, right? So he'd get like black radish. He'd get, silver freaking cotton. He'd get black zucchini. He'd get stuff that like, you were like, dude, I've never seen this before. And you get to play with it. You had fun. Okay. He basically started selling to HEB when COVID hit and everything else with radish and I think cilantro. Oh, yeah. So he produced and transferred to hemp. That's where he's at right now. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So some people transplant that way. Doug Haberman's another one. He's Mesquite Field Farms in Nixon, Texas. He grows garlic for me. That's one thing he does. But he's a grass farmer. He has cows. His cows, that's sad, man. I don't even want to talk about this story, but I got to. Check this out. So, God dang, I'm still getting it short. So names his cows and his animals and everything else like that, right? So he believes that's a family member until slaughter. And he does his best job with and everything else. But for me, you don't name an animal. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this cow is called Psycho. It was crazy. This orange cow, beautiful cow. Takes pictures with it. I Q feed it every time up there. I love hanging out with him because we just shoot guns and drink absinthe all day and just talk about stuff, right? So it was the best day ever. He's got 10 acres of Artemisia up there, and it's a totally different side project we haven't started yet, but it's coming. Anyways, so cooking this beef and everything else, we're making these tacos and everything, and like Miller with Manchester Medical, which is another guy that's here locally and everything else. He does the best kimchi. It's in Whole Foods National, right? So he's like, what cow is this? And I was like, I don't freaking know. He's like, I hope it ain't Psycho or something like that. I'm like, he ain't gonna kill Psycho, dude. There's no possible way. I called Doug, and he never seen tears come out of a grown man's eyes so bad in my entire life. And then here's the weird part, dude. I'm still mad over this. Still mad over this. So down because Doug now is getting into. He started growing sunchokes. He makes an alcohol with sunchokes, right? But he wants to capsulate. He wants to do supplements like me. So he comes down. He's like, I gotta. Okay. Like, just so you know, man, he's like, right now, I know you don't have the best pocket knife, or I've seen on social, you missed your pocket knife. So he's like, this is my hide, and I bought you a knife. So he gave it to me. Dude, this fucked up shit right now. Excuse my friend. Well, sorry for everyone out there, but I'm not lying, dude. I cried again. Grown man crying like all week. So I was like, just tell me it's any other. He was like, no, I saved the hide, dude. I wanted something for you to remember. I'm like, that's what you do, bro. To somebody. But this is your farmers. Farmers, if they care about their animals, I've seen so many great ones. Sandsburg Farms over there, Pigs, South Texas Heritage Park was here. I don't think they're here anymore. There was Mark and Kelly or whatever. It's just support your local farmers. Right now, just so you guys understand something, black garlic was in farmers markets all across Texas, right? Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, New Braunfels, and Houston, right? 2 years ago during the pandemic, this is crazy numbers of a number show, okay? $164,000 in farmers. It's a good amount of money, right? Last year was only, same market, $71,000. This year I had to start closing markets. Well, we used to make it like Pearl, for example, was like, you make 700, 1,200, and stuff like that. People are holding their money tight. This ain't COVID, bro. COVID people were support local, hyper local, and everything else. I just want to challenge you guys right now today. Support local anything, man. That's a business, that's a restaurant, that's like your freaking favorite gas station. I don't care, man. It's true. Because this is a time right now where people are getting affected. Because when you go to the grocery store, I don't know about you guys, you know what I mean? It's cheaper to eat out. That's how sad this is. Just so you guys understand. You know, and then the other thing is too, man, gas prices. It's bad. But no, we pivoted well. We sell to, I don't know, there's a company called McCormick. They make a black garlic sea salt with our powder. Dr. Mercola, they make it with our supplement. You know what I mean? The only difference is I do 3,000 units in pharma. They do like 66,000 with theirs. They're a little bit bigger name. Same product, we're cheaper, but it's all about branding, I guess. Plus we're small. So what else you got? Anyone else? No? Any? Gardens, community gardens and everything else, green space alliances, Gardopia. Yes, when I met Steven, it was like, I fell in love with this project. When we did the event here, the one thing I remember, the biggest thing I remember from that event is everybody calling up to say, is this address safe? Now, if anyone knows anything about this address in Nolan, you know what I mean? And you Googled it back in the day, it's crime-ridden areas. This town now today, I think, has said it that the community involvement, what Stephen has done, advocating and everything else. When I first came here, it was basically just neighborhood people that were street vagrants. Stephen would bring in and they helped cultivate the garden. Like literally, we go over and he's like, "Hey, boss, you want a 40?" I'd be like, because I come here for volunteer day. Well, shit, you know what? Let's do it. You know what I mean? So about now it's a little bit more structured. You know what I mean? So anyway, we had fun.
Today, and I did not.
Dude, it was the best time. Hey, that's how I'm saying. Fish now. He's got all this. And so Steven or whatever, I see in the conference, he called me up and like we put 2 and 2 together and everything else. I was like, that's something I want to be a part of. I haven't been here in a long time. I haven't cooked in the garden. The event that I had to do turkeys. We did asado crosses. We put poles in something that looked like a coffin. And that's how we cooked the turkeys. I told those chickens, I was like, you guys are lucky this time because he said I got to cook vegan. You know what I mean? So I was like, we're doing some pork fat. There's no possible way. You can't go straight vegan. You know what I mean? You can't. You got to be vegetarian with a little bit of bacon fat. Anyway, good stuff. This is pretty much about done. I want to make sure I got some bowls. Steven also gave me a count of how many people do we say we're going to have? Anyways, that's why I came over there, cooked more, prepped over there, came over here. I wanted everybody to sample. I believe in inclusion. It's all about manja for my family. No pita bene pa con gulo if you're Italian. You know what I mean? It's all about coming to the table, eating something, and just coming together. So I just want to tell you guys, it's a blessing for me to be here. Steven, thank you. Gardopia Gardens, all you guys. My friend here with Agar Agar that we're going to be playing with here soon. Everybody else, thank you. And that's it. And let's eat. All right. Your favorite summer crop to use? Well, I think pretty much anything. My biggest thing, I can tell you, like, if you were to come out to the co-op and want to take a tour or something like that, we grow food indoors. So we have a culinary lab too, but we have mycelia production. I actually do, liquid syringes. I do liquid mycelia. I spin, I circulate. We grow mothers for vinegar. We grow scobies for kombucha. We do yeast production, which is a little bit different because there's 2 different kinds. You have liquid and then you have regular because you do dough starters. We also, like from time to time, I like to grow the diseases. Cowlab, French, botulism, they're real nice. Like, believe it or not, it's pretty sad, but it is true. Sad. But no, we have a culinary lab. The whole idea is to get people to, a lot of companies, they have to do water activity testing. They have to do pH meter testing. Instead of you going and then before you turn it in and fail your shelf stability, come on in. We'll help mentor you. We'll get everything to where you need to be. You know what I mean? And that's it. We'll take care of you. We're trying to build smaller businesses and everything else. So if you get a chance, man, we do tours all the time. Call ahead and everything else. Black Gold Garlic is there. Chef Cooperatives is there. Farmer from the Farm there. All my companies are there. Makes it easier for me. I did have a kitchen before, but my chef got sick at Black Gold Garlic. So I had Gunslingers SA and Ghost Kitchen SA over at Los Patios. So it was really fun. I got to actually cook again. You know what I mean? But I found, and I always say this, it's like, I don't ever want to open up a kitchen again. And I open up a kitchen. Never want to open up a kitchen again. I got 9 food trailers right now. If anybody wants to buy a food truck, let me know. I have them. Anyone wants to lease a food truck, let me know. I got refrigerated food trucks too. A bunch of stuff.
Jeff is still distributing. Our next speaker is Diamond Moss with Afro Green Tea. He came all the way from the DFW area. So we'll give him just a few moments for Jeff to finish up and then he will be presenting. That being said, again, thank you all so much for supporting us. We're going to do the Pratat too. I want to do a quick little plug for an event that we have on Wednesday. We have a program that is really becoming a flagship program for the city of San Antonio and the state of Texas. It is the only USDA farm to school program in the city of San Antonio. It's one of three in the state of Texas. It's at Young Women's Leadership Academy Primary. And so on Wednesday, we have our Women in Leadership Supporting Agriculture. The acronym is WILSA. And so we will be presenting on the different projects that have happened this past year at this farm to school program from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., supported by the Alex Slayberg Foundation. We'll have a cooking demonstration by Chef Elizabeth Johnson of Farm Table. We'll have a tour of the farm, and you'll get to see what those young ladies have been doing every week. We teach 500 students on the campus approximately, and they're getting enrichment, education, gender equity. So the Sustainability Development Goals, there's 17 goals. Goal number 1 is zero poverty, but goal number 2 is zero hunger. Goal number 3 is good health and well-being. Goal number 4 is quality education. And I believe goal number 5 is gender equity. And so it's important that not only we have male farmers, but we can also have female farmers. Many of y'all were at the Food System Social yesterday. You got to hear from Aaron Gomez of the Central Texas Farmer Coalition, I want to say. So again, if you want to come out, check it out. That'll be on Wednesday. Aside from that, trying to think of some other things that we have up and coming. We do have quite a few more speakers, though. We have probably about 8 more speakers, I want to say. So stay tuned in. Fruit trees, of course, y'all can take as you're heading out. What else, though? Am I forgetting other things we got going on? Our farmers market, yes. So on June 17th, we will have our next farmers market. It's our Juneteenth and summer solstice market. We'll have a ton of vendors out here. Usually we have between 10 to 20, depending on the weather. We're hoping that North New Braunfels construction is done. So we may even shut down the street, do a little block party, bring in a bouncy house, and celebrate this destruction of business on a commercial corridor. It's been horrible for a lot of people. So yeah, just give us a moment, and Diamond Moss Afro Green D will be
Yeah.
Diamond Moss of Afro Green D. Again, traveling all the way from the DFW. He'll tell you a little bit about his history, but just told me he grew up down the street from here, which is awesome. So it's about creating a community locally, statewide, nationally, eventually. So without further ado, Diamond Moss, go ahead, take it over, brother.
Good afternoon. So I always say when you give me a mic, it gets really, really loud, whether we're inside or outside. So I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Diamond Moss. I am from San Antonio, Texas. I'm a graduate of Sam Houston High School. I grew up right here on the east side. So I just want to say, good job, man, what you're doing down here and what you're doing for the community, because we did not have this when I was coming up. So it's good to see that, San Antonio is growing and food security and food sovereignty is at the forefront of what everyone is worried about and doing here. A little bit about me. I am the CEO and the founder of Afro Green Gardens. We are a agricultural education organization that teaches youth and seniors how to grow food and how to be self-sustainable no matter what size space they're in. So we grow, whether it's in multi-family units, whether it's in a home backyard, whether it's in a water bottle, a milk jug, or even some old jeans that you might have. We teach individuals how to grow food and then grow the things that are relevant for their community, for their family, for it's just culturally correct for everyone. So I'm going to talk to you all. I only have 15 minutes. I'm going to talk to you all about growing pollinators and growing pollinators that still produce. Because a lot of times as gardeners, we get excited about seeing different veggies and saying, oh, I want to grow this seed. Hey, I want to grow this plant. Hey, I want to grow this transplant. I want to see what it can do. And then we get discouraged when it does not go according to plan. But there are a few plants that you can start in your garden on your apartment patio, whether it's in the backyard, whether you have space for a farm, you can grow these things and it will still bring in those beneficial pollinators to help with our conservation efforts also. Because we're also trying to save the planet and keep the planet green. And believe it or not, agriculture contributes to some of the highest percentages of pollution in this world. Greenhouse gases, urban agriculture, whether it's farming animals or it is farming plants with erosion and etc. We can go on and on down that wormhole, but we're not today. We're going to talk about some pollinators. So the first thing I want to bring up is our lovely root crop carrots. A lot of times we think of carrots, oh, we just eat the carrots, we use them in stews, we use them in our different dishes, but they are excellent pollinators for the garden. The small white flowers, trust me, your bees will love it, your carpenter bees, your honey bees, even some of your parasitic wasps and ladybugs, they will be drawn to your garden if you just plant some carrots. Look, they got his water man. They got his water man. So they will come into your garden space and they will help produce productive crops. And carrots do not just come in the orange variety. They have yellow carrots. We have purple carrots. We have carrots that have tie-dye appearances, going from purple, black, brown, orange, white, yellow, even some shades of a light pink. So add carrots to your garden. I guarantee you will begin to see more pollinators come in. Another crop that I think we all enjoy are our melon crops. A lot of times we think, oh, we can grow melons and I don't really see pollinators come in. Well, squash, butternut squash, pumpkin, acorn squash, cucumber, watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew, they are great attractors for pollinators. Growing those crops, a lot of times they are not what we call true flowers that have both sexes in the flower. So we have a male flower on those plants, we have a female flower. Believe it or not, those pollinators will come in and help you grow those melon and those squash plants where you do not have to hand pollinate them. So if you're not growing any watermelon, if you're not growing any pumpkin in your garden, please add it to the garden. If you're growing on a patio, use small pots to grow one seed, and you could probably get a plant that'll give you 5 to 6 fruit over time, over your growing season. Another pollinator plant that we use, and this isn't so much as a fruiting plant, but these are herbs. Your basil, your cilantro, your rosemary, your lavender. These are edible flowers and edible herbs that you can use to bring these pollinators into your space. In Highland Hills, in Fort Worth, Texas, on the south side, we are connected to one of the demographics. We have the lowest life expectancy in the state, and 76104 in Fort Worth, Texas. And believe it or not, the city of Fort Worth has no regulation on gardening, no regulation on growing food in public or private spaces. So we have ample room to grow in this area of agriculture in North Texas, but guess what? Pollinators do not exist around Fort Worth. So what we've done with Afro Green, our whole initiative for even growing food within the community, we have to grow conservation spaces. We have to make sure that we have monarch gardens put in place, pollinator gardens put in place that also produce for the community to consume. Because again, I also live in a neighborhood now in Fort Worth. We have no grocery store. The nearest grocery store is 5 miles away from me. And it is also separated by one of the largest highways that go across our country, I-20. So you can just believe there's not much food around. Many people are hungry. Many people are going to corner stores. People survive off chips. People survive off noodles. People survive off canned foods that are probably expired a year before, because no one comes into the communities and say, hey, we want fresh food. And when we ask for it, the city doesn't give it. So we grow these foods that bring in pollinators. We grow these foods that also feed our community, but it does not have to happen in a large space. Each and every one of you today can start a garden. You can start productive planting in anything. I'm seeing several canisters, jugs, bottles all around here today. If you were to just collect some of these bottles, I guarantee you can start your first salad harvest. You can start your first herb garden. It doesn't take much. So that's all I'm here to talk to you about. That's all I'm here to say. Give you a couple of pointers, a couple of veggies and fruits just to start in your garden. Remember, carrots, basil, lavender, cilantro, melons, pumpkin. You can grow these things and bring pollinators back to the hood, because that is our whole initiative, and that is what our program is called with the kids that we serve. It is called Monarchs in the Hood because, again, we did not see that in our communities growing up. And we have to bring monarchs back to the hood. We have to save our spaces. So I just urge you all, please go out, plant a flower, plant a seed, start a garden, see now and eat later. Y'all have a good day. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Kids. What about, and our former councilwoman I'm sure a lot of other help in the city, started an initiative through corner stores that get into a program called Healthy Corner Stores, where they at least offer some vegetables fresh at them. And then what the city does is they promote it on their website and everything to try to give them an incentive, to say this is the part, they're partnering in the Healthy Corner Store, to say, just elevate them because they're willing to do what they would not do just by personal incentives before. So is there a place for that in your neighborhood?
Yes, there is. Actually, another presenter from Fort Worth, her name is Kendra. She owns Funky Town Fridge. And what we do is we get old refrigerators, clean them out, we paint them, and we find different places in the community that we can set those refrigerators up and provide fresh food, fresh free food for the community. It is stocked by the community. It is taken care of by the communities that we place it in, and we have plenty of initiatives like that. We have food drives that go on now around the city. 3 years ago, you couldn't find a food drive even in the newspaper. Now up in Fort Worth and in the Dallas area, we have food drives happening 4 to 5 times a week at different locations that are accessible by community members, making sure that transportation is in place so that people can get there, whether it's the bus line, whether it's biking routes, whether there is walking trails. So we have different initiatives just to make sure we're bringing fresh food and produce into the community. But anybody can do this. Even Gardovia, you could definitely get a Funky Town fridge. Why not call it Funky Town fridge? We'll call it fridge of the tone, maybe. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But no, these initiatives can happen just by saying, hey, we want it. And one thing we have noticed in Fort Worth, it doesn't happen when we ask them. It only happens when we do it ourselves. And at the end of the day, each and every person has the potential right now to start whatever you want. Growing food, growing gardens was not at the top of my list. However, it is now at the forefront of my lifestyle. And I really urge everyone here, please, if you like what you are eating, grow it. Like, it's really just that simple. If you like what you were eating, grow it. And if you love what you are eating, teach the next person. And then also find relevance to the community that you're serving. Do not think just because an idea comes up that it works for everyone, because not one garden that we put in place is the same in each community. Some communities prefer more peppers, tomatoes, other communities prefer collard greens and okra. But we also have markets where all of us come together just to make sure that everyone is getting fresh, organic, naturally grown food. And it's not just practice. This is really a lifestyle. Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Oh, you all can follow me. Follow us at Afro Green. That is AFROGREEND, Afro Green, on Instagram, on Facebook. Also follow Tabor Farms. It is a urban farm on the east side of Fort Worth. We are producing probably 100,000 pounds of food a year for the community, and 10% goes right back into the community for free. So we are just making sure that this, again, food sovereignty and food security is at the forefront of what we are doing. And you all, please come volunteer out here at the garden. Please come put in the time. If you have seeds, donate those seeds. If you have different equipment that you might not be using and sitting in that shed, I guarantee you it can be used here at the garden, you all. So please, give your time, give your resources, because we need it. We're ready for your hand.
Okay, y'all. We are keeping it rolling. Let's see, who do we have up next? I believe we have Green Walls, the San Antonio Botanical Gardens in the house. San Antonio Botanical Gardens. Give us just one moment to get their thing set up. And San Antonio Botanical Gardens hailing all the way from North New Braunfels, which is the street around Grandma.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for meeting us here at Gardopia. We're from the San Antonio Botanical Garden. My name is Chelsea Chrysler.
We are conservatory gardeners in the San Antonio Botanical Garden. Chelsea's our senior conservatory gardener, and I've been there a little over a year and a half. It's been excellent.
Yes, and today is my 4th year anniversary today. So what an honor to spend that here, getting to educate and learn with the community means a lot. So we work with tropical plants. We do a lot of design work and conservation in the conservatories, conserving plants from all over the world. Cactus, bromeliads, palm trees, ferns. We work with a little bit of everything, which delights us. So today we're here to talk to you about greenhouses and planting vertically, which we can all do in our home spaces. And at the garden, it's really important for us because we are limited in space in the conservatories. It is a big complex, but we've got to use every corner to its fullest potential. So background here, this is a wall that we made and everything. Oh. Yeah, so we use green walls to inspire the public and combat plant blindness. Is everyone familiar with plant blindness here? So there are members of the community that, you know, aren't as adapted to seeing plants every day. And when they are in a public space, they might not pay attention to the landscape. They might not wonder why things were planted the way that they were, because the city of San Antonio is one of the greenest cities in Texas, and most of the landscapes have. So plant blindness is that walking into a space and not wondering and being captivated by the green that you see. So at the Botanical Garden, we try to combat that with these vertical planters. And so just want to mention that we express ourselves through these items as horticultural artists. We show the public what we have to say, and we cultivate stories about our exhibits.
Yeah, and just to continue on a little bit, plant blindness. If you didn't grow up with plants or you haven't really gotten into gardening, you may not understand benefits. You may not really think about that, you know, we are from plants, oxygen, food, everything like that comes from plants. But you'd be amazed how many people don't think that way. So we try and combat that. Since 2020, the Botanical Garden has grown from 175,000 visitors in 1 year to 350,000 now this year. So part of the plant blindness mission is also education, educating the public, educating children. And one way in which we do that is through design. So, you know, with these green walls, for example, this one from our orchid celebration, this is a representation of pollinators, how a pollinator uses pattern to attract, plant uses its patterns to attract pollinators. So we are expressing that through our design, and then we have lots of information in the exhibit to inform the public.
Yes, and as a curator, it's our responsibility to lead the story in the direction that we're speaking. So, like you said, we did this as these plant walls were swallowtail butterfly wings, and we talked months about how orchids are pollinated. So to make these structures, we've got a completely customizable format that our Director of Horticulture, Andrew LeBay, came up with. So we use hog panels that we can cut in different shapes. This is an octagon that we were very inspired by, getting out of the box and out of rectangles that we've done in previous years. So we put this octagon here today, and it's a lumber frame that we've just simply stapled hog panel to. As you can see, you know, lots of uses for hog panel. This structure is made out of it, and plants grow in it really well. And we use a 5-inch pot that fits in those hog panel slots really well. So we're able to completely customize our designs and have a lot of imagination in this. We've got lots of different shapes there.
Yeah, it's kind of like our little plant bike ride, you know, we just plug them in and do whatever design we want. And yeah, you see how, you know, all over here. So these could really all be green walls. Here we've got culinary herbs represented, as well as some pintas for pollinators. So this is kind of geared towards Gardopia food production. And in this fog panel, we have 30 lamps. It's not full. So, you know, you can fit an amazing amount within that.
Yes, and we just want to express to you how this could be on a patio tabletop, leaning up against a wall, or mounted up on a brick wall. You don't need a lot of space, and that's what the vertical planting is all about, using a little bit of space and using these culinary items in your kitchen. We also have some citronella plant this way. It's been a wet spring, so just praying it's not a mosquito summer, but keep that citronella plant nearby. And like Luke said, these pintas are going to bring so many pollinators and butterflies that will then enjoy the whole panel. So this doesn't take up any space, and it's absolutely gorgeous. So here's another orchid display that we did. This was an orchid flower, but it was on an octagon, and we were very inspired by suspending them.
So I'm just gonna touch on how cities use biophilic design to solve problems. I went to Mexico City a couple years ago to do a little bit of studying on their Villa Verde installation. So Mexico City is, you know, one of the most populated cities in the world. Has a ton of traffic, ton of pollution, and one thing that the city has done is incorporated biophilic design into their highway system. There are some pollution reduction benefits, but really it's more of a mental health thing. You know, they're driving down this insanely congested highway, and rather than having huge expanses of concrete, you now have huge expanses of green to look at. So if you don't know what biophilic design is, it is design that connects people to the natural environment through environmental design, through introductions of green. It could even be the color green. Trees, the vertical walls, roof gardening, things like that. So rather than going forward with, let's say we build a parking garage, we now build a parking garage with a rooftop garden or a green wall on the side. So this is a great example of that in Mexico City.
I'd also like to say, we all need to trust the process. When Mexico City planted this, it definitely wasn't as full as we might be seeing in these photos. And if you build something like this at home, in the beginning, it's going to be scarce, but the growing season is full, and things grow quickly once it gets started. So trust the process, have some room for your plants to grow in, and you'll have some lushness towards the middle of the growing season. Here's another photo of Mexico City that Luke took. A lot of burrows, tails, succulents, things that grow well in that climate.
Okay, so we see how Mexico City did it. We see how we did it. This you could definitely do at home, but I'm just going to touch on a couple things that you could do very DIY for the home scale. The pallet garden is a classic. I'm sure that y'all have seen before. Taking an old pallet and putting just some weed cloth on the back with a staple gun, and then planting within that, and within those rows, you can get quite a bit in there. And then another one I really like are just these simple, just kind of modular wall planters, wall pockets. I think what's important with gardening is to remember that the scale is, it doesn't have to be large, like our other speakers have said. You know, one person, if you have one pot of herbs or something like that, that's gonna be enough for one person. So with one of these wall mounted pockets, you can scale up as you see fit. Start small, you'll have success, and go from there.
This last photo here, it has a lot of felt pockets on a wall, and that is a growing idea, growing in popularity. These are very inexpensive felt pockets that you can get on Amazon. They come in a 6 pocket size, then going to 12, 24, and you can buy multiple to make a larger wall. But those felt pockets, you could plant directly into them, or you could give yourself a pot inside them. And like I said before, give it some space to grow in, but eventually that felt will be covered up by plants. And through looking at the photos of Mexico City, we found that this is the way that they tended to do it, was felt pockets all filled in with plants. And so he's got this going on a wooden fence. You can see all of his supplies in the ground in front of him. He's getting ready for a busy day of planting in his felt pockets, making a vertical wall.
One thing I didn't touch on this is a kind of a way of doing it within interscaping or interior gardening environment. This is a commercial form. I used to work for a company that we did green walls for interior spaces. So I'll just show you. Basically, there's an angle here, and kind of like a bookshelf. This is a reservoir for water. So whenever you want water, you just water directly into the shelf. We use capillary matting. You see that? And I'll show you how that's installed. So capillary action is where, if you ever have a plant that gets really dried out and it is not retaining water whatsoever, it's hydrophobic, you want to water from below. So you sit it in a bowl of water and it sucks up the water until it's had enough to drink. So we're using capillary action here. I'm gonna set my mic down. Hopefully this got crazy. You just get your little capillary mat. I'm gonna use a pen because that's what I have. And you're just gonna drive that into the root system. I do two, thank you. I do two, one on each side, and then whenever you water within this reservoir, it's gonna suck that up. It's a really neat way of watering your plants. If you have them on the wall, then it's not gonna run everywhere. You can use this in really any kind of form.
And this structure is really helpful because it gives enough room for a large pot in there. A lot of times we start off with small pots, and your plants need some room for their roots to expand in. So definitely pot up in a place like this where that soil can retain moisture and not go hydrophobic. So this is a really nice thing that you could use interior or exterior.
Yeah, this is in Mexico City as well. I just love great representation of vertical gardening. These are kind of decorative cinder blocks, but you could do this. You may see cinder blocks, or you may have seen cinder blocks that are stacked and people plant with those. So you have.
Yes, here they've planted some aloe, which is very medicinal, as well as beautiful tropical plants. And if we go to the next slide, we can touch on the benefits. One of the major benefits of gardening in general is the benefit for our mental health. It is joy producing. And so that's why we're all here. We know that. So we're not the people that have plant blindness, but you might know one. So introduce this to them and get this going at your own home. Safe space, it's space saving. We all need that. No one lives in a mansion, I don't think, but even at the botanical gardens, we've got to execute with every corner. And Luke is
Yeah, I think they're affordable, and we showed you couple different options. The pallet garden, there's tons of excess pallets around. One of my friends over here, Jana Lathan, she uses old boots and plants in those and hangs them on cattle pen. You could do that. Anything that you want, you just have to think vertically, basically. I think one thing is, where some of these plants are ornamental, it's really about what you want to do. And yeah, maybe something is ornamental, but beauty in this world is important, and it's good for our mental health and to take pride in our settings and bring joy to others, and so vertical walls are a great way to do that.
absolutely. Any questions?
Can you get exemplary stuff from Amazon also?
Yeah, and really it's just felt. I can pass this around if you want, but it's basically, I would say, kind of just like felt. Well, if you leave the plant out, it just reaches the point where you water it, and then the water runs directly off. It doesn't saturate. Yeah.
And the soil actually recedes. So you might see
a lot of times in a small 4-inch pot. There's a lot of space in between the root ball and the pot wall. That's because the soil has receded, and it's that water that brings it voluminous again. So you could set it in a bowl.
That one.
Yeah, so this one, you know, you might find you could get some capillary action going there and have a reservoir at the bottom, especially if you need to worry about runoff in your garden space. But how we water this is maybe tilting it forward just a bit. And with our hose, we really do just berate the root balls. And we were kind of talking through how a hinge could be very helpful at the top so that you could bring it up and water it from above. And these plants kind of grow in a different fashion because they're growing in a different way. And that's okay. It's just something to think through while you're building it. So trailing plants look really great at the bottom. And maybe you're doing a little trimming at the top when they get very tall, growing towards the sun.
I think leading it, pulling it forward would be helpful. We talked about when we poke holes through each pot, that could be an option so it runs down. But I think just kind of a tilt to it and go slow, water slowly.
Slowly and a little bit more often. That's a great question.
I don't know necessarily, it kind of depends on the setting. If it's like a, you know, what kind of sun and everything. I will say most herbs that we use are from the Mediterranean, so they can handle a little bit less water, a little more heat. I like that. Another thing is, you know, we have this planted really full to show you a design basically. But I would think, you know, for cost and also to give those plants more growing room, I would space them out realistically. I mean, you could do every three squares, you know, and that'll give you more space for them to grow. This is kind of just a design example.
And what we have here would probably like a good amount of sun. So shade and sun is something you'll need to take into account. But I always love to encourage people to do some trial and error as well. That's really how you become a great gardener. We have killed so many plants. Everyone's got to kill a few. That's the question I get all the time. You know, I kill plants so much. Well, just keep trying. You got to do some trial and error.
Also, one last bit of advice, if you're growing vertically, plants want to grow towards the light, so they'll start to get kind of wonky. So just, you know, every 2 weeks, just give them a quarter turn so they continue to grow straight.
Awesome. Perfectly, everyone, and grow in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for the San Antonio Botanical Garden. It's truly a treasure here in our city. Who here has been to the Botanical Gardens? Okay, quite a few of you. If you haven't, I encourage you to go. I think it's like 34 plus acres. They have a great restaurant there called Jardine or Ardine. It's really tasty. I love the hummus with I don't know if it's a pita bread or a naan bread. Is it naan? Okay, super tasty. And thank you again for Luke. I met Luke when he was with another company called Natura, which does indoor plants. And we continue that relationship. But we finally got you here, Noah Greenwald. Our next presenter is Jamie. Jamie around. Jamie is here, yes. Jamie Gonzalez with Big State Produce does the Big Fresh Market Box. I have been able to see Jamie continue to grow in this food system over the past few years. She's the president of the Food Policy Council. So I heard from Mitch also who's involved, but she is now the president of the Food Policy Council, is doing some great work around food access and food equity, and is just a big supporter in general of community activation like this. So Jamie, come on up. Oh, sorry, just kidding. Jamie, hold please. Commercial break. We will be right back. While we're waiting, you know, we have some really good programs here at Gardopia. Our garden-based learning program, we're going to schools, churches, community centers, restaurants, residences. We're trying to get people to grow food everywhere. You know, spaces like these are truly amazing, right? Every community should have a Gardopia, in my opinion. But beyond that, where does it go after the school garden? Or where does it go after the community garden? It goes to the home garden. You can turn your entire front yard into a farm, front yard farms, right? Your backyard. Everybody can grow a little bit. Eggs, chickens, everybody could have a little chicken coop. If everybody had chickens, there would be no need for the egg industry, right? There are some things that we can do to create food sovereignty and food security within our own homes and with our own communities. So that's what we do in our garden-based learning program. Our garden volunteer program, you can come every Saturday from 9 to 11 and volunteer here. We also have corporate volunteer days. Target brought out 25 people yesterday to one of our schools. So if you want to volunteer with your company, with your organization, with your civic group, you can come and reach out to us and we can schedule a volunteer day. We usually like to do groups of 10 or more if we're going to schedule it separately. Then we have our farmers market program. I mentioned that earlier. June 17th, you can come and hang out, support local business, and enjoy the gardens. We have our garden media program. So we have a podcast. You can subscribe, Growing Our Future. We have a YouTube channel you can subscribe, which is being streamed on YouTube right now. Gardopia Gardens. We have a series called Organic Gardening 101. The guy over there with the camera in the black, Marcos, is the creative videographer behind all of our videos with the Luma lens. Organic Gardening 101. We're working on Organic Gardening 201 current. And then we have a magazine. So there is no one-stop shop for urban agriculture in San Antonio. So what do? We created it. It's called Cultivate San Antonio. It has a directory of gardens. It has a directory of farmers markets. It has a directory of wholesale, like bulk suppliers, if you want to buy a whole bunch of soil or a whole bunch of rocks or whatever. It also has articles by local writers, by writers outside of the city as well. We have a planting guide, and pretty soon we're going to be launching an online market. So if you're a small producer, you don't necessarily want to go to farmers markets every week. You'll be able to upload your produce to our website and sell it directly from the site. So that's something that we'll be launching very soon as well. And our Build a Garden program, if you need help building a garden, we can help you with a consultation. We'll come out to your house. We'll come out to your school, your restaurant, wherever. Suggestions with our expert urban agriculturalists. And then from there, we can create a design. We can install it for you, maintain it for you, whatever it may be. So that being said, commercial break over.
Commercial break right now.
Commercial break. Another commercial break.
I need some.
All right. Give us just a moment, and Jamie will be up soon.
Good. Hey, everyone, we're gonna get started. So my name is Jamie Gonzalez. Today, I'm going to be talking about building community and food literacy by using fresh produce. A little bit of background about the pictures that you're going to see here and what we're going to talk about today. All of the children in these pictures have been part of one of my produce markets or several of my produce markets here in San Antonio. All of these children either help sell produce or buy produce from me on a regular basis and have engaged their parents in doing the same thing after we first introduced them to the concept. So my name is Jamie Gonzalez. People call me the produce lady. They also call me the fruta de la fruta, unless you're at church or at a school. I've known for doing a few different things in San Antonio. I'm the president of the Food Policy Council. I'm on the Mayor's Fitness Council. I'm also in the Health Equity Advisory Board for the American Heart Association as well. I start community feeding programs. I've been in the fresh produce industry for over 20 years. I've done every job that you could possibly do in the food system. I've even grown some produce, unless my husband tells you otherwise. So, I was hired first by a produce company to write checks for them. And at 14 years old, prior to that, I actually sorted produce in a warehouse for the first time. So it was my favorite thing that I ever did. I grew up around produce families and I grew up in the food distribution industry. And while we weren't the wealthiest family in the world, I grew up with a lot of food privilege because I knew where my food came from. I knew about food. I was 10 years old though when I first learned what a honeydew was. And it wasn't until I was about 40 years old and I understood why that was so important. And let's talk about some statistics, right? Only 1 in 10 people in the United States eats enough fruits and vegetables every single day. There are more than 10 of you here. So that means that, there's about 20 of us, 3 of you eat enough fruits and vegetables every day. Even the diehard Gardopia people don't get enough fruits and vegetables every day. Food insecurity is a huge problem in the United States. More than 33 million people are food insecure. 15% of our city is food insecure, okay? But a far greater number doesn't even know what to do with their food when they have access to it. So we build community farming programs and get people excited about continuing to come and do work like you see at Gardopia when they don't know the difference between a kiwi and a lime most of the time as well. How do you get excited about this and not be one of the small number that is, and help empower people to take control of their food and their food system? By this, I represent a family of produce companies, Big State Produce and Unifresh Produce. I sold produce to fancy restaurants. I sell produce to Meals on Wheels. I sell produce to the San Antonio Food Bank. I sell produce to the city of San Antonio. And it's generally a good time. My least favorite way to play with food is by selling it to chefs. Don't get me wrong, I'm a foodie. I love food. I love chefs. I know the chef that was up here earlier. However, during COVID, I was able to help a dream of mine come true. And that was by building the Big Fresh Market Box. The Big Fresh Market Box takes produce. It's locally grown or comes from national distribution. And it finds creative ways to create access programs to bring them into your home, into your neighborhoods affordably with quality in mind so that we can slowly teach you what you should expect from your food. And when we do so, we start to build community and we have a really good time doing it. So here's the basics. The Big Fresh Market Box is a home delivery produce box. It's delivered everywhere in Bexar County. Okay. No matter where you live, you should be able to have the same access to quality, affordable food. And that is what that box does. Yes, you can order it online. Yes, I can put it to you all day long. But this box has partnered with over 50 organizations in the last 3 years and has been part of 4 million pounds of distribution that's going into homes. This box partners with the city of San Antonio, with the county, with the county commissioner's office, with the American Heart Association and 6 doctors' offices in San Antonio for a growing prescription for produce program. No matter where you live, we'll find a way to get you that box of produce. If you have a door, I'm going to bring it to you. And the next component of that is our healthy produce markets. These produce markets were launched in 2021 as COVID started to ease up. Have I done markets like this in the past? Absolutely. I have sat in the corner of a parking lot and sold $40 worth of produce and thrown the rest of it away. That is no life for people. Okay. So the other question is, how do we get people out there? We'll talk about that in a minute. And then the next component of this is the Healthy Corner Store program that we'll talk about today. And answer some questions for you next. The Healthy Corner Store program was started as an initiative by the Food Policy Council. It was one of the first initiatives that I worked on when I walked into a meeting of the Food Policy Council in 2016. All right. And so let's go through some numbers. Like I said, 50 organizations and 4 million pounds of food. We have more than 40 corner stores today over the last 3 years. That is the number that we have grown to as the vendor to the Healthy Corner Store program now in San Antonio. Of those 40 stores at any given time, about 12 of them are subsidized by the city. The remainder of the stores got put in this program. The city only subsidizes a percentage of the purchase of the produce for a certain period of time. One of the signs of success of this program that we looked at over the years is the longevity of the relationship between the store and the vendor. You see, if the city stops helping pay for produce and the store immediately stops ordering produce, the program was never successful. It is not as sustainable. We took city money that we drew something at for a certain amount of time and didn't invest in a way that bolstered our economy, fostered good business relationships between small businesses, and finds creative ways to put local and nationally distributed produce into stores all over the place. Okay. Over the last 4 years, we have delivered more than 20,000 produce boxes, and we have over 120 produce markets scheduled this year. In 2021, we hosted 1 produce market a month. We now host 12 to 15 produce markets a month, and at least half of them host culinary education classes where we work with Department of Human Health and Human Services to go into the senior community centers and teach seniors how to play with their produce. I hear very often from people that they only like to work with children. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm the size of a big child. Children love to work with me too. But when I think about it and I'm a parent, not only is engaging with our seniors important and congregating together as a community important, but the number one thing that we see in schools right now, and we talk about, we want to teach children how to use their food better, how to eat better, how to have a better relationship with food. We can't even get parents to be the host of the Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts programs at school. Those are staff employees that are hosting that at schools right now. Parent engagement and parent turnout is at an all-time low in our communities. And there are a lot of reasons why. We should not be shaming ourselves and shaming our parents for not being able to show up, for not having the energy to show up, for not going to the school's community garden day, because we make assumptions that everybody wants to do this and we all inherently probably want to, we mean well, but we work 2 and 3 jobs. We live in housing. We live in small communities. I was part of a program a few years ago with the San Antonio Food Bank, and we surveyed 100 people, and we asked them, you received services from the San Antonio Food Bank, and we incentivized you for being part of a farming or a gardening program. Would you join it? So anybody want to guess how many people said yes to that? Anybody? Show of hands. 0 said yes. Oops, right? People were shocked that nobody said yes. First of all, they're not as fun as Gardopia. Second, we make a lot of assumptions about what people want to do if they've never experienced that themselves. If the stigma of being able to show up goes hand in hand with having 2 and 3 jobs, right? And so we looked at, how do we get more food to people? How do we create access? And the American Heart Association graciously has studied my work and has shown that the solutions that we are talking about right now potentially make healthcare more equitable for vulnerable populations across generations, and in turn and impact long-term health outcomes by getting people connected to produce. I don't want to just feed you and give you produce though. I want you to do it with me. So we talked about the Healthy Corner Store program. This is what a healthier corner store looks like. Notice they said the word healthier. I don't want people to have the misconception that Healthy Corner Store program means that there is no beer, that there is no talkies, that there is no lotto tickets. These are businesses. If I could show you stores that have tried that model and failed in less than a year. Okay, we have to engage in the realities of what's accessible in our neighborhoods. The Big Fresh Market Box grew during the height of COVID and has enjoyed great relationship with our county commissioners, especially County Commissioner Justin Rodriguez, who's able to help us launch our website and engaged with us in our initial 12,000 box distribution throughout the community. Those boxes go to homes, go to food pantries, go to senior community centers, and have even been in the distributions of the San Antonio Police Department. And I was even shocked with those boxes to them, I'm going to be honest. Next came the produce markets. And that vision of what that looks like, and I know that the work that I do is growing and hurry up right now, because so many of you here have either come to a market or volunteered in a market. You know, I'm looking at all of you right now. It should be like the book fair with produce. We take 60 different items and we allow children and adults to work behind our tables and engage in produce across the table with people. I'm either going to get you there to shop it, I'm going to get you there to sell it with me. And when we do this with children, not only are they learning about the 60 different fruits and vegetables that we regularly bring with us, they are learning math skills and science skills. They are learning how to talk to people and engage people. We exist in your community centers. We exist in your schools. We have funding that we receive with our partner organizations that have allowed us to start to build a healthy rewards program. That program showed that 89% of our participants have seen a change in how they eat. 89% of our participants report they would continue to utilize our markets or our services without assistance, without outside assistance. So we show lifestyle change. If you come to a produce market, where we regularly sell out to over 100 people, you not only have the opportunity to play with food with us, but to learn about organizations like the Food Policy Council, like Erdopia, and like the work that we're doing. So maybe you do like the bell peppers that I sell you, but this is the moment that ignites you to learn more about the food system. You may not want to come and volunteer at my markets. I give away free produce, by the way. But you may be really excited about the food forest concept that I work on. And then I'm going to connect you to what that is. This may remind you that you want to grow food because you learned what a chayote squash was that day. And then do this by engaging with multiple partners, like the American Heart Association, like the Mayor's Fitness Council, like Common Threads, like Department of Health Services. We build community together by understanding the nuances between what we do. I do not grow food like Stephen does, but I will find a pathway to bring you here and remind you that if you know about fruits and vegetables, then you might want to know what we do with the Food Policy Council. And you might want to know what the Mayor's Fitness Council is. And by using food and building community with you, you are quietly learning how much food should be in your home, an appropriate amount for your refrigerator. We move beyond an emergency feeding consumption mindset, and we start to understand what our food should look like. We empower ourselves as consumers and know what we should ask from HEB food should look like. We can demand more from our stores, or where they build it and what they put in them, when you know how to affect public policy and engage it with food. And that's what I did for myself. 5 years ago, deep into my relationship with produce, I broke my neck. I lost my business. I lost my home. I lost everything that I had. And it was my relationship with food that helped me come back from there. Now, food's good. I like to eat food, but because I knew how to engage with food, and I had friends in the culinary community that they play with food, it let me know that I was still resilient enough to do this. It helped me find my purpose. COVID is what brought me back to this point, and engaging with the Fitness Council and the Food Policy Council, and being the civic leadership winner for the North Chamber. It's allowed me to grow my. It allows me to talk about food in a way that's very scientific, or I can talk to you about public policy, and then remind you that when you join in with us together and you do these food demonstrations with us and you play with food with us behind the table, you'll be part of getting people cooking and getting people engaged with food and getting them excited about food in a way that many of us don't get to do. We take for granted that we have the ability to grow like this. So we're gonna wake up on a Saturday after our one day off after working 15 days straight and come to the garden and work it. If we are going to do community farming, then we need to be a food literate society, and we need to understand what it means to engage in community together and share food with each other at every stage of the food system. That is how we cultivate community. That is how we bring people to the table. This is why more than 500 people have volunteered with me in the last 18 months alone. All right. I don't do emergency feed. I don't do the feed bank. There's no saying that one. And I'm almost done too. I will point this out because we are almost at time and I do want to take one question. Does everybody see the nice women standing over here in the corner? They all look as young as me, by the way. One of my goals when I did this was if we were going to get people talking about food and get them to eat more fresh fruits and vegetables and kind of release some of the stigma of like the unknown, or they don't know what to do with it, or they're afraid to fail. I'm going to be honest, seniors are my least favorite people to work with. So, and I was speaking at an event like this, and somebody from the city heard me talking and said, Jamie, we want you to come and do your produce markets with senior community centers. And I was still no good. And we started this program with the seniors where this year alone, we are on 36 senior sites doing these markets. We have about 100 to 150 seniors show up for our demos. They pay for the food, not because they don't have enough of it. These are like kids at a rock concert fighting over a t-shirt. These women attend my classes at the Norm Royal Community Center. They have been to every one of my classes. They attend all of my markets there. They shop with their own money. There are no discounts, but they're not at the Norm Royal Senior Center. See, these women who are part of the Congregant Meal Plan of the City program of the city, a free program for seniors, they group texted and carpooled to my produce market at the Bibliotheque South. So they're looking for us, they're engaging us. We have people that are going and they're finding each other at different locations. They're finding a way to come and get food with us, and they're not walking away with an amount of food that's going to go bad and they're going to throw it away 3 days, right? So it should bring me to about the end. You know what we do now. This is how you can find me. You can follow me at Big Fresh Market Box. You can also follow me at the La Fruta. There's a number of programs and initiatives that I'm involved with in the city. We would love for you to come out and volunteer with us. You can earn free food by doing that. And in addition to that, join us with the Food Policy Council. Talk to me about what the Food Policy Council is and what it does. One of the most important things to me, so one of the most important things that I've learned in the last 7 years of being part of the Food Policy Council is that there is a space in the food system for everyone. Not just for you to work in it, but to be a part of it and participate in it, to empower yourselves and understand what civic responsibility is and what the civic process is, so that I can not only get you excited about food, excited about changing policy and reshaping our city. If I do not become part of the system that I want to change, then I will never be able to change it. There is no better place to ask those questions and understand how food affects every waking moment of your life than by initially engaging with Food Policy. So if we can't help you, we know the organization to send you to. Okay, questions? We'll take a couple.
Volunteering.
It depends on the child. I have had volunteers as young as like 10 and 12 years old, honestly. But there's usually a parent there with them because those kids can always help restock. Do you know what I mean? If you tell me that, Jamie, I have a kiddo that's like, they're used to this, they're used to volunteering in the community, I will take a very young child. In one of the slides that we have back here, that I'll show you, this group of kids up in the corner, right? Those are high school seniors. They came and they volunteered at an all-school produce market the morning after their prom. I would have never done that. And so I take a variety of kids at my Young Women's Leadership Academy markets. My #1 volunteer this year is a 6th grader, and she's using the tablet. When we went from paper to tablets for checkout this year, the kids caught on faster than the adults. So, yeah. Anybody else?
All right. Yes. All right, let's give it up for Jamie. Well, thank you so much. Up next on our presentation will be Josh McWilliams with Grow Oya. We're going to go on a quick commercial break. We'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
It's because I was trying to open it on like a surface and it cracked. And I was like, okay, as long as it doesn't cut me. Oh, you're gonna get.
Josh McWilliams with Grow Oya. Thank y'all for y'all marathoners who are sticking it out. Maybe we'll have a little gift for y'all at the end. We were able to connect with Grow Oya earlier this year because we ordered some Oyas for our schools. Some of our schools don't have easy access to water. And what do? You know, how do you keep these gardens alive? Well, there is an amazing technology that Josh is going to teach you about a little bit. And he's been donating to us to support our mission as well. So it's a great company. You'll learn more about it right now. Go ahead, come on up, Josh.
Thanks so much, Stephen. Thanks, everybody. Super pumped to be here. This is my first time in Texas. So thank you, Texas, for having me. There's barbecue in Texas. Do you guys know that? That's pretty awesome. So yeah, just super inspired to be here after plugging in and getting to know Stephen and just Gardopia a little bit. Just really inspired everybody. You know, they say that a village or a community raises a child or the next gen, but it's also a village or a community that feeds those children and feeds those people. So this community is something cool to witness. And so thanks again for having me. I'm going to tell you first before the Oyas kind of how I got into gardening. I'm a chef by trade. And I was sharing last night on the panel that it was actually the Swedish chef from the Muppet Show. I'm one of 12 kids, and when the Muppets came on, we all kind of battled for TV like access, and he was hands down the coolest Muppet, right? Also, Mom was a lousy cook, and so being an older kid, I got this idea in my head that to be, you know, have fun and kind of control the ones under me. Cook them good food, and then they'll do things for you. So I did. I got my chef certificate really young. Traveled through Europe, worked at some nice places. But it was my time up at UBC, the University of British Columbia. I sat on the Sustainability Council up there, and two main things were going on. As I learned about our food system basically collapsing, I thought about, you know, these chefs that were working for me, the cooks that were working for me in the kitchen, and thought without action, these guys and gals don't have any jobs in the future. And that terrified me. I thought my career was going to disappear before my eyes. The second thing that happened, I had two young daughters at the time. So between chefing and being a dad, I was in like so much stress, so much time poverty. It was overwhelming at times. But my oldest daughter, she had a bunch of health issues, and compound factors of, you know, a disappearing or a complex food system that was disappearing, and a sick daughter had made me look at food in a totally different way. I really began to understand less about making it look pretty and tasty on a plate, and more about it is our medicine, and it is an opportunity for healing. And so those two things happening kind of pushed me into wanting to grow food, something I had never done before, knew nothing about. I had slaughtered so many indoor plants, so the idea of growing food was terrifying. But came across oils, and oils were something that had a lot of promise, saving a ton of water, taking that water equation out, the overwatering, underwatering, but saving the time piece, which was huge for me. Again, just being a chef and busy dad, I had no time. And so the more I dove into oil and oil irrigation in a small raised bed container type application, not a 30-acre cornfield application, that would be wrong. I began to really see the benefit, and so started the company 10 years ago. We were trucking along, I think, growing slow as small biz does, and then COVID hit, and everybody seemed to be making sourdough and gardening. And so that was awesome, because in the last few years, we've got to meet a lot of cool people and see people's lives get transformed with the power of food too, and the hope that food brings not just to our bodies, but to our communities like this. This is a prime example, and then hopefully to the rest of the world, because I do believe that growing food is going to be a huge way that we can, you know, put energy into that greener tomorrow that we want to see. That's about it for me, folks. Want to leave you with just a super kick-ass quote from Audrey Hepburn, sorry. And it was just about to have a garden is to have hope for tomorrow. And so just seeing the hope and the vision and the community here, I just want to say you're all so inspiring. So thanks for having me. Any questions? Yeah. They're terracotta. They're baked low and slow, kind of like a turkey or some roasted pork shoulder. Yeah, I mean, it's ancient technology. It's hundreds, thousands of years old even. And basically the process is porosity, and at the right temperature, clay is porous. And so it's an intentional temperature that we get for what we're trying to do. Hopefully that answers your question. It is so low tech that it's like baking clay. So yeah.
Having the water that quick water
So it's capillary action. So roots are growing direct to their water source underground, just like nature, and they're actually pulling it out, which is one of the main drivers behind that. You know, solving the too much water, underwatering. It's all plant fed. So if you had, you know, corn or tomato or big thirsty drinkers, they're going to pull what they need. They'll drain it a little bit faster, but the ones that are more drought tolerant, like the rosemary bushes or, you know, something that can tolerate a little bit of heat, they'll just drink slower. Yeah.
How do you decide on the spacing?
Lots of testing, lots of plants. Basically we have 3 sizes, 2, 3, and 4 feet watering that it can do depending on that size. There's some variance in there depending on where you are, how much sunlight, are you mulching, how properly or deeply you planted your Oya, soil type, what type of plants you planted around it. But yeah, there's broad strokes, it's 2, 3, and 4 feet depending on the size you're using. Yeah. Oh yeah, cool, Kevin. Yeah, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, they're cool.
You have your own kiln?
Our own kiln? No, no.
Where do you have to be?
In China right now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We originally were making them in Vancouver, and it was me spinning them on a wheel and putting them into a kiln, which is interesting. Those Mesopotamian looking antiques are still around, still work. Very interesting learning curve. Being a chef, not a potter. It was fun. Yeah. Yeah.
You try?
You have to. You gotta try. Anybody else? Thank you again. Let's give another round of applause. He came all the way down from Vancouver, Canada, y'all, just to visit us and be present during this event. So, you know, the work we're doing, of course, we like to say, think global, act local, but we really have to create these networks all throughout the continent, all throughout the planet. So we will be transferring to our next speaker, Danny Caballera, who is a garden educator with us here at Gardopia. We'll give him just a moment. I think we'll go to a short commercial break, get his presentation pulled up. Or do you have a presentation, Danny? Yeah, okay, so yeah, give us just one moment and Danny will be presenting.
Big.
We've got 6 on the other.
What?
I made
My name is Danny Caballero. I do work here at Cardopia Gardens. I'm mostly a garden educator. I do help out with the garden stewarding job. So we are building schools in these campuses. We're helping set these kids up with a good environment and ecosystem and the potential to actually get involved with their own food growing process. Today, I'm going to be talking about vermicomposting. It's actually a subject I'm very connected with because like everybody else, I'm scared of death. But we're gonna focus on decomposers and like how we recycle, how death is not just the end, it is a part of the cycle, right? It is what continues. Without it, we would not have what we have, we would not have nature, we would not have fruits and vegetables, we especially would not have cool things like worms and roly-polies. And that's like some of the kids' first ever experiences with nature is going home and digging in the ground and finding a nice, like a fat roly-poly and just keeping it in a jar and watching it just live and exist. So today, I'm going to show everybody how to vermicompost at home. It's very easy. Sometimes you see these worm towers can cost up to about $80 to $90. I'll show you guys how to build one for less than 40. I got this tote that works very well. It's a 17-gallon tote. Basically, I'm going to talk and work on it while I'm talking. I also brought some slides that can kind of help to show why exactly are we vermicomposting. So there's a lot of reasons. Number one is mostly because it's available and it has self-action towards climate change and food systems. So we all know that a lot of food is wasted in America. About 40% of food is wasted in America. Okay, that's a lot of food. And there's a lot of spaces that have a food desert where they have to travel miles and miles to get food, right? Well, it's wasted most of the country and they throw it away. If it's past its expiration date, it's gone, okay? That's 119 billion pounds per year, billion with a capital B, okay? That's a lot of food. I know we had someone here do the math on how much food can grow. So we're wasting all of that, right? In just a year. $108 billion per year of food is wasted. And when I say waste, it's more than just being thrown away. It's kind of being tossed aside and it's a ticking time bomb, right? So most of the food that we throw away is going to be sent to landfills where it decomposes and it becomes methane. Methane, a toxic gas that degrades our ecosystem. So it's the second most abundant anthropogenic, so that means human caused greenhouse gas after carbon dioxide. Okay, carbon dioxide, if you don't know, can actually be sequestered through trees. So that's why they say planting trees is very important because it gives all of these greenhouse gases a place to stay. Methane is actually produced by fossil fuels and cattle industry. So about 29% of our methane is produced by natural gas and petroleum. 15% of our methane is produced by landfills. So this is all like biodegradable food and products that decompose in our landfills and create this toxic gas, and it's a ticking time bomb that will eventually leak out into our ecosystem. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on the build. Essentially, it's pretty easy. I'm just using the basic drill. I'm going to drill maybe 6 or 7 holes into here to give my compost bins some ventilation. These guys like to breathe. They're going to need some air. All right, so I'm just going to pop this open up. In here, if we saw in the intermission, I started cutting up newspaper. So this is going to be the bedding. This is where they live. Okay, just plain old newspaper. And so I went ahead and shredded it up. I'm going to spread it around. All right. I also collected some compost. So we're going to go ahead and give that. That's going to be our starting food, right? So we have a clean variety of options. A lot of people like to do the tote bags. Some people like to do the worm towers. I know some people can do like a 5-gallon bucket. That'll work. All right. The trash can is also another one. So you can scale this up however big you want. Ideally, you want it to about 50-50 of dried bedding and then compost. So here's some compost. Okay. Some of it's weeds in my backyard. It even has flowers because I'm not worried. All right. The worms will chew through it. So I'm going to put some of that in there to make a nice bedding for them. All right, so we also have some cucumbers, right? So stuff with water in it, and then stuff that's dry. So greens and browns, we call them. Greens are going to be stuff mostly nitrogen. They're also gonna have a lot of vitamins and minerals to kind of give our worms a good healthy diet. And then our browns are gonna be mostly carbon. So that's gonna give our trees a lot of nutrients that they need. Okay, I'm actually gonna drill a drainage hole in the bottom. In case it floods, I wanna make sure my worms can breathe. All right, so it's kind of a big hole. I drilled in the bottom just to kind of give them some breathing space. You can put a plate under it whenever you're leaching it at home. But I also packed some rocks that I found. If you live in San Antonio, you know what these are when you're gardening. Okay, rocks. I'm gonna put them at the bottom. I put them in the potato sack. So everything here is stuff that I pretty much scavenge. Okay. So I'm gonna put that at the bottom, it's gonna block the way so that the worms can't get out and only water can pass through. All right, so there's the habitat for them. I put newspaper at the bottom for bedding, shredded newspaper. You can use peat moss, which is ethically sourced, I prefer. I'm also gonna drill some holes in the top to get some ventilation. This is something that a lot of people don't really agree with because you can get gnats in your house, but this only really happens if you leave it overwatered. So they don't really like when it's too dry. So you want a good balance, okay? And there won't really be a place for gnats to stay. You can also ignore that part and not do that. I'm gonna go ahead and do it because I feel comfortable. And so the reason why we vermicompost is because it saves money on fertilizer, it saves water, it makes our plants healthier because we're sourcing our vermicompost ourselves. We don't have to go to a store and buy liquid fertilizer or solid fertilizer. Depending on what you buy, the different types of fruits and veggies, all the nutrients that you get are going to be the nutrients that you see. All right. So we like a good variety. They're going to need a little bit of everything. So I put some cucumbers. There was some banana, orange peels, apple cores, avocado peels, and then just some grasses. Okay. So we drilled our hole. We made some mesh. I actually brought some sand because my worms, or I guess worms in general, they need a little bit of grit in order to clear out their digestive system. And you can use crushed up eggshells. You can use pebbles. I like to use sand. Just a little bit. All right. And you're pretty much set. So the last thing I'm going to do, you can buy worms from Walmart. You can buy worms anywhere that you would get fishing bait. All right. That's pretty good worm. Here we have, I believe, Nightcrawler. They're best for Texas because they're used to a high humidity environment. They're also used to heat if you plan on keeping them outside. They don't mind the cold if you do keep them inside. Sometimes the ones at Walmart bring you a little help. Not gonna lie, they're gonna be in your house. So these ones, this is what it should look like in a year. I'm gonna go ahead and open up this worm tower. So this is what we should see. Okay. This is heavy. I'm just trying to use it. All right. So it literally looks kind of like soil, right? This is what they're doing. This is their activity that they have in our soil. Here's a much nicer, where you can kind of see it a little bit better. There's some worm activity in here. So what I'm going to do, since there's worms already in here from my last batch, I'm just going to dump the whole thing into here to get them started. And this is pretty much the condition that you would find them in when you buy them as fishing bait. Okay, but they'll be much more appreciative if you use them for this. All right, so they're in here. Anybody want to take a look?
Question.
Question?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's like the max heat thing?
The max heat's about 85 degrees.
How would you go about
keeping it cool? I'll actually go into that right now. So I usually keep it in a shaded spot, and that'll keep it cool enough. Shaded spots don't really get too hot, even if it's about 100 degrees outside. They're gonna be like significantly cooler under them. But with that, just adding water, I'm going to add some extra newspaper on top to kind of give them some cover. Adding this extra sheet of dry like a dry layer will also help prevent against gnats and flies, because honestly, that can be a bit of detrimental. Yeah, go ahead, for sure. Because some people, when they try to keep worms and it fails because they get gnats, they're really like discouraged from trying again, because it's kind of nasty just having. No, gnats are just decomposers. They're not like mosquitoes. They're not going to bite you. They don't really carry diseases. They're just kind of gross and annoying. So we don't really like them. So I'm going to go ahead and drop 2 pieces of newspaper onto here. All right. And then we're good. So anytime I want to add some more compost to here, I'm going to check maybe once a week, spend about 5 minutes to check. I'll check underneath here. I'll dig through it, see how they're doing. If there's a lot, so I see they already added eggshells in here. If there's a lot of worms in here, I will essentially take some out and put them into my garden. I will take their castings and put them into my plants, okay, potted or in the ground. You can also use their leachate. Okay, so this is worm tea. I call it forbidden tea because it probably doesn't taste good. So leachate is you can add that to your plants. You can also let your worm castings soak in water and water your plants with that, and it'll have a variety of vitamins and minerals. Okay, things you cannot compost. So I don't suggest composting meats, especially inside. It will probably smell bad no matter how well your compost is doing. Citrus is probably not a good idea either, because with that high acidity count, it's going to, your worms will literally evacuate. So they will explode outwards and try to escape. So I had this in a 5-gallon bucket under my desk, and I threw a grapefruit that had slightly gone bad. And then I come in the next day and my worms are just all over the entire room. They did not like that bucket anymore. All right. So other things, dairy, for the same reason as meat, it's going to smell bad.
Peels are okay?
The peels are okay. Yes, I'm mostly talking about the juice, like the acidic.
We can put citrus peel.
You can put the peels in, right? I wouldn't put anything spicy either, because for the same reason, it can burn them. They don't really like that. Cat litter soaks up too much water, so it kind of clumps. You don't really want to add that either. You also don't want to add cat manure in there because it takes too long to decompose. And lastly, seeds. Okay, weed seeds. It doesn't really make sense if you're trying to take weeds out of your garden, but you put the weed seeds into your compost. So then when you spread that compost, guess what you're growing? You're growing weeds. All right. Let's see.
So then don't use weeds that you pulled out the hopper.
You can, just not the seeds. When they're flowering, when the flowering seeds. Sorry, I meant to clarify that. Okay, the culture and benefits, you want to keep it aerated. So making sure that you don't add too much green. You kind of balance it out with brown. More brown is better because it's drier. You don't want it to get too wet. Yeah. It guarantees microbiological activity. So worms actually have a microbiota. So they have a bacteria in their gut that can clear out all of the other bad bacteria. They're kind of nature's super composters. So anything that a worm eats will be cleaned through their system, and then it'll inoculate. So it'll reintroduce that bacteria into your vermicompost. So then you clear out all the bad bacteria, and then you reintroduce good bacteria. So my biggest problem with worm bins outside is that they keep getting fire ant colonies, especially these types of worm bins. That's a problem usually when it gets too dry. So really, when you're outside, it's the opposite problem. You don't want to keep them too dry, because that's how you get invaders into your compost bin. Regularly feed and replace the newspaper, the mulch, the leaf litter. You're going to want to upkeep this. This had gotten really heavy after a while. Usually when that happens, the worms, they'll build up their population count, and then there's nothing for them to eat. So they'll all just kind of die out, and then you're back at square one. You've gotten your vermicompost, but this is more of a live animal. I like to treat this colony as one creature. So you have to feed it, you have to take care of it, you have to monitor it, and you have to clean it. Okay. And to clean it, I usually just use a sifter. I didn't bring one today, but you can dump this on top of a sifter, and you can sift out all of the vermicompost, and then you're left with the worms and whatever leftover food and bedding they have. So you can just start a new barrel with that and take your vermicompost wherever you need to take it. Okay. So the reason why this is so effective towards fighting, excess landfill space, is because it with that 15%, imagine if that 15% was about 5%, right? That 15% of landfill produced methane, if that could drop by about 10%, then we can see greater reduced amounts of temperature. We'd have less droughts, right? We would have more rainfall. That storm was pretty beautiful last night, right? And it gives your plants plenty of nutrients for controlling mites and nematodes, so that bacteria also helps control against pests. All right, so you'll have less pest activity, and better quality fruit, better flowers, more flowers, and you'll just have a healthier garden, right? Landfill produced methane is the most short-lived in the environment. So if we could drop this landfill or even this natural gas manure management if we could reduce that, we would see almost rapid temperature drops. So we would have a couple degrees cooler summers, we would have a little bit warmer winters, and it would be like a lot less drastic. Methane is very short-lived. I think that's it. Any questions? Yeah, I can answer any questions if y'all have any while I pour this into the worm bin. Yeah, what's that?
How often you monitor your
So yeah, it takes 5 seconds to just check on them to make sure that you don't have any bacteria growing. Every week I would go and check it about for about 10 minutes. I would just go in and see what my worm count is, if it's risen or fallen. And then I would check to make sure that I don't have any fire ants, I don't have any gnats, stuff like that. And then maybe once a month is when you can filter out all the vermicompost and you can start to so you harvest them about once a week. It takes you maybe 15 minutes. I just like to do it by hand, and then I'll sift it out with like a flour, like a grain sifter. So yeah. Bones, if they're cooked like soft bones, that should be okay. Hard bones, they can eat through hard bones. You just have to bury them. And if you're doing it indoors, would be better. If you have that outdoors, it could attract pests like possums, raccoons, rats, stuff like that. But yeah, bones are no problem. Meat, the thing about meat is that it smells bad. So that's why I recommend not using meat. All right, so we can check in this in about a month. If anyone's interested, I can post it on my Instagram, Hoping to Feast, and we'll let you guys know how that goes. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Danny. And Danny reached out to us this summer. You know, as we started our expansion with some of these school districts, I was like, we need more educators. So I'm like, I can't do it all. And then like a week or two later, Danny emails us. He's like, hey, I'm moving down to San Antonio, got a degree in agribusiness, see if there's any work for me. And so, you know, sometimes the universe works in amazing ways, and Danny's been a true asset to us. So thank you, Danny.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As Danny sort of transitions out, we have our next speaker, which is David Casillas. He is with
Raíces Vivas.
Raíces Vivas. So just give us one moment. We're going to go to a quick commercial break as we transition, and David will be speaking next. So thank you so much, y'all, for sticking around. After David, we have one last presenter. That will be Kevin Pruitt, who is a master woodworker, who's been doing some awesome work for us. So after that, and that'll be the end of our program. So 2 more speakers, y'all, and you can enjoy the rest of your beautiful Saturday.
Well, my name is David Casillas. I represent Alianza Raíces Vivas. I'm the co-founder and director of Raíces Vivas. And we focus on regenerative agriculture in a larger scale, not so much in the urban farming. So we always approach any challenge different because each landscape is different, each solution is different, each region, weather conditions, all of it. So we're a nonprofit. We operate basically, and we're based in San Antonio. We operate in Texas, Mexico, and Portugal. And one of our top goals is to mitigate climate change with this larger actions that we do. So call it ranching, farming. All of this is great and generates microclimate, yet most of our food, and I was listening to the other speakers, it is grown somewhere else, right? So we have to, when we have this land that can work with us to mitigate this. So, and we also believe, I'm a big fan of this, once you heal your environment, you heal yourself, therefore you heal your community, right? And a happy community, it's a happy soil, everything for healthy. So that's my mantra, basically. Our goals, if I were to resume 4 topics, will be restore topsoil, carbon sequestration, rotational grazing, and income diversification. All of these Hollywood topics, right? Everyone has heard those, and so each one is a characteristic and their own challenges. So I'm going to dive in what we do. So this example is back in my hometown, Tezistán, Mexico. And that town used to be called La Villa Maicera, and it was the corn village, the producers. It was the biggest corn producer in Mexico. Now they don't even produce 10%. So the city has been grown, and soil degradation has been happening at incredible fast pace. So what we're promoting is no-till, because we're basically resetting every time that we till back to zero, and actually killing these microorganisms and fungi and all this beautiful network that is happening under us. So we promote that, and it's completely feasible. Cultivating this biodiversity, a lot of people think of like weeds and the bad things and good things, like everything is working together somehow. There's like a universe in there, like our world. You know, everyone has their own little thing, function to do. So it's happening. It all can work together. By doing this, we help generating healthier grass, healthier pastures, and then of course, water capacity. We just create this large sponge that can hold all this water instead of being run off somewhere else and not being used. So basically that is turned into a huge sponge. This slide is something that we're working in this property that we just purchased for the nonprofit. And when we got there, the soil was really deteriorated. We've only been there 3 months, and we already started doing some work. That video should be playing, but anyway, just an attachment that what it does, it goes around cutting the soil, making a rupture of 1/2 inch, but 6 inch deep. So what it does, it just allows the soil, the topsoil, to breathe, and also to take some carbon, water, and just keep that humidity. And it saves, works with erosion, against erosion, because every time that you have these ruptures or this like swells kind of a deal, it just contains water, and all of the soil doesn't get run off. So this actually explains it better. By the way, we just been receiving an amazing amount of rain in that area. It's 1 hour and 20 minutes east, and it's a completely different setup than San Antonio. Insane.
But just 2 days, we received 3 inches of water, and it has been working great. Before we did this was after the treatment of the pasture. Before we did this, all of the topsoil was just washed down, and this pond used to be just filled and then like go down in like 3 days. By doing this, we just created this community buckets that instead of the water being run down all the way down the hill, we're just keeping it where we need it, because we need humidity, water to grow the plants. So we're just preventing all of that washout. This is an interesting one because it's ever changing. Carbon sequestration is basically a market that larger corporations have decided to pay or offset all of their pollution, basically paying it. It is funky how it is regulated. Prices fluctuates a lot, yet it is there. There's a new economy on this rise. So what we work with farmers is telling them you have to start diversifying. If you're gonna compromise to these practices, regenerative practices for the next 10 years, go ahead and sign in to this program, because any program that you find of carbon sequestration, it'll be a 10-year contract. It'll be monitored every year to see the amount of carbon that you put in on the ground. And then they'll be able to tell you you're gonna receive $5, $10, $20,000, whatever the amount is. So in our case, what we're doing is something called the Samarripa model. This is a really interesting because a dear friend, my colleague and mentor, he developed down in Mexico, in the hills of Sierra Gorda de Querétaro. And this is a fantastic development. That is how it looks on the microclimate, a mini forest, man-made. So what we ended up doing was just, when you're working in this regenerative practices, you have to spend time on the land, like a relationship. You have to engage and get to know and like see, okay, I can help by doing that. So in this case, my colleague spent about a year doing analysis, and then he realized that the only thing growing there efficiently was mesquites, agaves, some cactus. Only a few ranchers use it whenever it's drought really bad. Then many people call him like, so crazy, why are you gonna grow cactus and mesquites? Just not familiar, right? We have a lot of cactus and mesquites in Texas. Well, it's crazy how agaves can draw up to 1 ton of carbon in their lifespan. So over the period of 8 to 10 years, each one of those, the diameter of 6 feet, it will draw close to 1 ton. The mesquites also, they can draw carbon, set on the ground as well as nitrogen. So this is a perfect example of how nature works together. And not only that, by doing it, there was a creek that was dried since all of this drought happened. After 10 years of doing this, the creek has came back to life. Because same thing as we're doing in the ranch, you work from the top, the lowest point, going in the contour lines in the property, and planting agaves and leaving the space in between to do seasonal crops. Remember, diversification. Don't marry to only one thing in agriculture. Yes. So this video, same thing, it will show how we have heard how mimicking nature is not only trying to do the best way, we have to engage. And regenerative agriculture is really hard. This is a lot of work. Many of you guys know. Regenerative agriculture, these sheep that we herd every day, it's about twice a day that we have to get them out in the pastures and then bring them back into the corrals to feed them silage made from this guy, agave, and mesquites. And then we have the natural molasses, which everyone loves, sugar.
protein from the mesquite beans and branches. Crazy. But anyway, these happy sheep, they're just living the best life in 200 hectares ranch down in this area. And I can guarantee you they only have one bad day in their life. That's it. So while doing it, they're regenerating the soil because their hooks break down the topsoil, allowed to breathe, more moisture can get in there, and they're becoming non-selective. Non-selective is, think about the buffaloes heard that they were just chased by wolves. Similar thing, but in this case, it's just shepherd, you know? So we don't allow them to select what is the best and most tastier. Get what you get and move on. Because if you let them sit in a grow or like pasture, and that becomes selective, and then you have this overgrown of weeds. We don't want it.
Is that dependent on the species of sheep?
No, we can use it, but can you
It is, sir.
Great question, by the way. So this photo was taken last year in June, the driest time on Guanajuato. Look at those mesquite trees. They're just lost. And underneath there, the temperature drops plus 10 degrees. So it's really nice. I love to take naps there. And the last thing that I tell and we're trying to promote is income diversification. So thinking about it, any operational farm, I grew up in a dairy farm and we were only worried about milk, right? Prices of the food. Well, if I would have known right now back then, we could have probably keep it still on business. However, it was only then that it was people just have this idea. This is how it's been done all the time. We just to break that. But once you start doing polyculture, growing other kind of crops, doing other kind of activities around your farm that involves, like I said, if the final product is make agave, or I'm sorry, mezcal or tequila, if you see the conventional way of doing business, you plant the agave and you wait 8 years to get the product. What we figured out to get all of those sub-products from the plant. The plant still is the rock and roll star. But in between, we already got agritourism, workshops, education, carbon credits, and as well as livestock. So instead of waiting for one thing to be giving us money, throughout that process, we already generated 2 or 3 times more. So that is the challenge that we're kind of bringing in this new business models that the agronomy needs. People are stopping being farmers because there is no money. Yes, we need it. Of course, there's a market, but of course, there's a demand. Regardless if you eat or no meat, I think there's everything will work together. So that's what I say. Before we leave, yeah. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Gardopia, and thank you all of you for being here. I think these community events are so important because then we're trying to make this thing cool. You know, and everyone wants to be the cool person. Well, we make it cool, you know, being the farmers, ranchers, and being this like kind of an interaction between people that can grow all of these opportunities. So you guys are super cool, by the way. Yeah. Thank you. So any questions?
How do you make it for the livestock to not be selected?
You can question them. So the video would be perfect because that is shepherd and me. But to just open the corrals where we feed them with the silage. And then what we do is we just herd them throughout walking, just like 2 hours. So that's a good activity. If you have so many things in your head, take a 2 hour walk. Just not listening to any other question there?
Yes.
Yes.
So on the sequencing, if you have the carbon credit for 10 years and you said you can harvest the agave after 8, are you harvesting the agave after 8? Are you leaving it for 10 years? Are you harvesting it and replanting, or how does that work exactly?
Hallie, are you available? That's a great question. So it depends the agave species. So if you planting agave that is the one for tequila, it is basically 7 to 8 years. So in that case, that specific one draws less carbon. What we use, what you saw in the presentation, it is called Salmiana and Dominicana. Those can go up to 12 years. That's why I just use the 8 years to show the people, because they think that I'm gonna wait 10 years, 12 years. Well, then use a crop that is gonna force you wait that amount of time. Therefore, you're not gonna sell your land. You're gonna keep it until that plant is mature. So it depends what plant you use, but yes, carbon credits and the agave, they go hand by hand. Yeah. Any other one? Cool. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so Raíces Vivas, as you heard, he's having that farm out in Welder. We're looking forward to partnering with them. Maybe we can do a field trip out there, a little farm trip, go check things out, do a camping trip or something. We have one last presenter, last but definitely not least. For those of y'all who stayed, you're in for a real treat. Not only are you going to get to see the presentation, but you actually can go do some hands-on to check out this amazing feature that is just about complete here at Gardopia. So we'll take a quick commercial break, but Kevin Pruitt is going to do a presentation on our wood workshop. So just one moment, y'all.
My first business, the pandemic wiped it out. I'm so glad it did. I didn't need it. And it was, I think everybody had to have something taken away that no longer benefit them anymore. And anyway, so I've always enjoyed woodworking, been my hobby. And beginning of 2020, you know, when all this happened, it's like, I'm going to just take a little bit of time off, figure out what I want to do. So I just went out to my garage and started making stuff. They're like, you need to sell this. Okay, well, all right. So my friends and family challenged me and so forth, and that's how I got into woodworking. Some of the products I make cutting boards, I make furniture, fireplace panels, I make a lot of kitchen and bar accessories. And this is a CNC machine that makes a lot of our products. It can carve, cut, up to 4x4 feet. Pretty impressive. It's been about 1.5 years and I'm still learning how to operate it. But anyways, so a little bit of background on me. Like I said, I've always done woodworking. a copy of mine. I went to Monet Art Museum as a kid. I was invited there to study, and then through high school, I always went to shop and drafting classes. So I have a lot of background in this sort of industry. Went to school at then it was Southwest Texas, now Texas State, and started off in commercial design, doing artwork there, but it was just too competitive. So I decided to keep art in my education, changed my minor, went into studio art. Then I actually was able to keep art, and I didn't really know that I was actually staying on my art path because I had a whole career as a geographer in the petroleum industry, and I was making maps. So that was my artistic outlet for over 15 years. And so it is strange that, you know, your destiny is laid out for you, and no matter which path you get, somehow you're going to find your true self. So anyways, let's get into a little bit about what happened. So I met Steven a couple of years ago. We had a market out here, and someone followed them on Instagram, and all of a sudden I see a post that they're making a wood shop in a container. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. I gotta come check this out. So I came out here, and the next thing I know, you know, like, hey, all right, great idea. Oh, I'm showing them stuff that I did in my own shop, and I was giving them ideas, and they were getting excited, and we kept going back and forth, and okay, well, what can we do here? Well, next thing you know, I'm over here working. And I think we had a little bit of pain to get through in the initial stages. You can see went from screenshots and just scribbling, making some notes there, to actually coming up with some plans and dimensions, figure out which equipment we're going to use. And then there's the inside of the container. I got started on it just before the plywood and electricity was put in. So it's here where we wanted to put the outlets. And you can see this is the ultimate goal, was to having a working wood shop. One thing that was a challenge was the size of the container. It's not that large, so we had to maximize every bit of square inch. Every space had to be utilized somehow. And one thing I thought is I really wasn't sure the product that they were going to make, how they're going to use the wood shop. They just wanted to have a wood shop that they can make stuff for the community. Okay, so my thoughts were, let's make this wood shop where we can rearrange it if we have to. If we have to work on one project, fine, we can rearrange tools, get it what we need to for that. If they change to another product line, you might have to switch tools around. Maybe this needs to go here, this over here. As you start working in your own shop, you're going to figure out, the most efficient way of working. You know, where your tools are placed, where they're stored, how you're going to move around everything, where your material is going to be, where's your finished product, everything like that. So a lot to think about. So the French plate wall system has been used for a long time for people that install cabinetry, and it's also used for wood shops, because essentially what it is French plate. You have a 45-degree angle, and anything hanging on there is just going to be supported that way. So it's actually a very strong and can hold a lot of weight. Example right here is made lumber racks, and these are just set on there. They just clip in. So if later on you're like, hey, I'm bumping my head on this, all right, move it to the other side. You don't have to sit there and dismantle everything. It's a quick way to rearrange the shop. And then what we wanted to do was have some sort of mobile workstation where on nice days like this, or if it's just super hot out and you want to get outside, or maybe the wood that you're working with is 16 feet long, there's no way that's going to fit in that container. So what they want to do is be able to wheel it out onto a deck and work out there. And so then we started working on some ideas and plans as far as which saws are going to be used in the most. All right, so I figured out two, a table saw and a miter saw. Miter saw just cuts straight down and chop boards in half, and a table saw can cut up plywood, it can cut rip wood into strips. So this is going to be our workstation where table saw is here and then the miter saw is here, and that's going to flip down, which then you can put an insert in there and you'll have a big flat work surface. So again, trying to make it to where you could rearrange it and make it work for you, in the least amount of time as possible. All right, so then the next part was actually getting the miter saw put in there. A little bit of challenge getting to fit because it has to swing. It also drop down. There's some weight on there. So it took a little bit of engineering until we got to work right. You can see this is how it will eventually flip down. And then getting the table saw in there. Have any ever used a table saw before? No? Okay. Yes. All right, good. Awesome. We're not the only one here today. All right, so with the table saw, the blade comes out essentially out of the table. All right, so one thing is probably the most dangerous thing in there. So you got to have a lot of safety and everything like that. You also need to have a way of, after you cut the material, to kind of push it away from you. Call that your out feed. You've got your in feed is where it starts to cut, and then the out feed is your cut material. So we have to get everything level. So everything on here has to be perfectly level because the table, the workstation pop, is actually going to be an extension of your saw. That makes sense? You know what? All right. So once we got it all leveled, do a few test kits, test cuts, and we're in business. The other thing is when you're doing woodworking, especially in a production environment like this, there is going to be a ton of sawdust. I mean, literally tons. Probably in my shop in one day, I could probably fill up 60 to 90 gallons worth of sawdust in a day. All right. You can't just leave that sitting there because the one is going to be right there in your way. It's going to cause excess buildup of heat on your saw blades. The dust is going to collect on the saw blade itself. And in a humid environment like this, you're going to cause rust in your tools, premature failure. It's just not a good idea. So you need to remove the dust out of the way and do it in a safe way. And probably the most important thing that a lot of people don't realize is that some of the sawdust is such a fine particle, it's in the air continuously. And that's also highly combustible. So let's say you have a 2x4 and there might be a nail or a staple or something like that in there and you're not expecting it. You're in a dusty environment, all of a sudden you cause a spark and just imagine that shipping container, what would happen inside or to explode. Wouldn't be good. So that's another reason why you need to have a proper dust collection system to get the dust out of the way, get it properly stored, and produce any static shock or electrical charge. So I actually wrap all of the dust collection hose right here in bare copper wire. The inside of the hose also has a coiled wire in there, and every single part of this dust collection system is grounded. So you can take a voltmeter to any part of it where there's metal on there from the beginning to the end, and it's all going to be connected. All right, and then that grounds to the wall system in a sense. You reduce any chance of a spark hazard. This is a chip collecting bin. So this is actually a multi-stage. This bag right here, it's for some of the fine particles. There's an air purifier up top, which gets rid of all the really super fine particles. And this bin right here, one little design that I've come up with is it's rid of some of the chips. So the heavier stuff will fall in there because of the Venturi action and separates everything out. And here we go. The last stage is where we wanted to be at this point was to actually utilize the French fleet wall system and organize everything. So you can see we have a charging station for the batteries, the drills, everything has a place that it goes into. This is a planer right here. It can actually make wood less thick. It will wheel out. It's also connected by the hose system right there. There's different, they're called blast gates. So you can turn on and off different sections of the dust collection system depending on where you're at. So if you're working over there, you close off the rest of it. If you're on this side, you can open it up as well. And we also plan for some future expansions. Steven wants to have a CNC machine in there, which will actually be able to carve and cut things automatically. You can make signs, you can make raised garden beds, a lot, you can make tools. You know, you might be able to make axe handles. You know, you're not really limited to what you can make with it. So the whole thing with this is have it to where you can rearrange it and add on and change things up based on which items you're producing. And that's it. That's me. So if you want to follow me, whatever, a website page, you can sign up there. News, events, any other announcements. We do a lot of farmers markets, vendor markets, stuff like that. So I'm a diehard vendor. I have been out there in the summer. My wife, she's also been out there sweating it out, selling our products, stuff like that. She makes her oils and waxes used on our products. So check it out. And if y'all want to come over there and I'll show you the wood shop and do a little, not really a demo, but I'll play in there a little bit. Yes. Okay, very, very important. So she's talking about PPE, protective protection equipment. I use no cry glasses over my prescriptions. I wear a dust mask that has a replaceable carbon insert. I have earring protection that usually is connected to my favorite jams on Spotify, and I'm jamming out. So if people come by and you're like, why is he ignoring me? Well, I'm just in my own head listening to music. Another thing I do is I wear a shop apron as well. A lot of times there can be flying debris. I've experienced kickbacks on the saw before, but also the wood's flying at you at 30 million miles per hour. My CNC, the bit spins around usually between 12,000 and 18,000 RPMs. And I don't want a piece of that bit breaking off and hitting me. So my shop apron is also kind of my protective shield. Depending on what I'm doing, sometimes I'll even have a face shield on top of it. Because I've even had, you do it long enough, something's going to happen. So, any other questions? Cool. All right. Oh, wait. I got one thing here. Yeah, let's start up. All right. So with every wood shop, it's definitely, you got to keep it clean. So I wanted to pass on this gift to Steven. This is from Old City Unlimited. It's made in Pennsylvania. It's a horsehair brush. And I'll let you find a good spot to hang that up there. Hey, thanks for that.
So if anybody wants to go check out the wood workshop, it is badass. Go check it out. Kevin, I think you give a little tour. For those of y'all who are ending your day with us, again, if you want to take a tree, we have a QR code. You can take a tree home. And for all of y'all troopers, 6 hours. 6 hours is a lot. Y'all are paying attention. We have some little Gardopia iron-on patches. If anybody wants to take a patch home, you're more than welcome to take a patch home. And then again, if you did the $25 fee for today, we have some little thank you bags as well. So awesome job, y'all. So stay plugged in. Again, we have an event next Wednesday at Young Women's, our Women in Leadership Supporting Agriculture Summit. If we don't see you then, maybe we'll see you June 17th at our farmers market. And keep on growing, y'all. Adios.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there's another festival. If anybody wants to keep on going, bro, so you want to tell us real quick, Harold, what's going on?
I would love to, Stephen. Thank you so much. Hey, how's everybody doing? My name is Harold Hona. I'm a practical spiritual advisor and community activist in the city of Yanaguana, land of the spirit waters, if nobody knew what this place is actually called. So tonight we have some artists coming in, DJs, and some vendors from Austin and San Antonio, because it's time that we mix and mingle a little bit and dance a little bit together. So the thing that we're presenting tonight is the plan. Does anybody know that this city is about to get hit with 2 solar eclipses within a matter of 6 months of both of them? Are y'all aware? I don't think anybody really is. How many people are coming? Yes. Plus 1 million plus and 2. And so this
the plan is Stephen Lucky and his mission and his soul put into a business. Infinite U is my business, my soul put into a business to be the change that we wish to see in the world. And so setting the tone is like letting everyone know, all the small businesses, all the activists, all the nonprofits, how we can utilize the energy of all the people that are about to hit the city before they come here and give them a real setting the tone, because San Antonio is the 7th largest city in the nation. So it's like the 7th tone. If anybody's into chakras, that's your crown chakra. And what we're doing with this setting the tone event is asking everyone to bring their heart chakra to the crown chakra and have like some kind of quantum shift that happens, and it'll shift the planet for sure, for sure. And I got copper coils in the back of my pens. I know about the whole thing. I crush crystals for a living, right? Like I'm this practical spiritual advisor that a lot of people don't know. I'm undercover, but it's time that we all come out of the shadows, right? We've done the work there. So it's time for us to come out and like let our light shine. And that's your passion, that's your love, that's your inspiration to keep going. Mine will be showing up here later, running around, and I'll be chasing them. And so my daughters are my inspiration, and I fall asleep with my 2.5-year-old next to me, and I wake up with her next to me. So, you know, what's our inspiration for our future? And mine, I sleep next to her all the time because she don't want to leave the bed. So if y'all can stick around, we're going all the way to 11, but infiniteu.info or Infinite U 77 on all social media, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff. And you can kind of keep tabs on what we're doing, because this is the first of a series of events, and it leads to a whole citywide spiritual summit where we're putting them to work to put a bunch of gardens in schools. And how would y'all like to see some earth ships built on our high school campus? Right? Like we have some actual tangible things that our children come out of the school ready to like be activated in their community. So anybody wants to stick around and hang out for another time, I would love to see y'all. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah. There we go.
6 hours later, you did it.
Everybody was touching.
What?